What the heck? Young Master Xiao is still showering gifts. He is still showering gifts. Oh my god, it is already 600 golden dragons, won't he stop? The PK is over. Good heavens, it is 700 golden dragons, that is equivalent to 700,000 yuan. If it is 700,000 and the streamer away gets a 50-50 split, he can get 350,000. That is enough for him to earn for 10 years without eating or drinking. Oh my gosh. Away's mouth must be twisted with laughter. Buddy, Away's mouth is not twisted with laughter, but I feel like he is having a mental breakdown right now. He has been scared stiff. If I could earn hundreds of thousands in a day, I would go crazy like Away too. Damn it. Why is not young Master Xiao stopping? Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X600. Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X700. Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X800. Xiao Feng was on a gifting spree today, and he was having a great time. He finally got to experience the joy of being a tycoon, because with every gift, he received countless people's worship and admiration. Especially with more viewers in the live stream, the more he felt that ultimate sense of presence. Because in real life, no matter how much money you spend, it is hard to instantly get the timely fervor and adoration of millions of people. But a live stream could achieve this effect. At this moment, Xiao Feng seemed to understand why in his previous life he saw news of people even embezzling company funds just to give gifts to streamers. First, it satisfies their ego and vanity, being the center of attention. Second, the desire to win, the desire to conquer, and the desire to show off. These extreme pleasures could only be brought by live streams. With the crazy screen filling comments, Xiao Feng's gifts never stopped. Golden Dragon after Golden Dragon, continuously sent out, still accumulating. And the online viewership in the live stream was also skyrocketing. Away's live stream online viewership broke through to 100,000 people. It broke through to 120,000 people. 130,000 people. At this moment, Away's live stream was continuously filled with hundreds of golden dragons, and they were still accumulating. In this situation, let alone passers-by, even a dog passing by would have to come in and see what was going on. The live stream viewership soared to 150,000 people, constantly breaking Tay's highest records. Xiao Feng was bound to break multiple records on KS tonight. For example, the highest online viewership in a live stream, and also the highest single gift amount in a live stream. However, most importantly, the records Xiao Feng was currently setting were not just for Ks, but for the current domestic live streaming industry. Before this, on other domestic live streaming platforms, live streams typically only had a few thousand viewers, with very few exceeding 10,000, and as for gifted donations, those exceeding 10,000 in a single instance were rare. But K's was different. K's started with short videos and had a huge user base. Plus, both its videos and live streams were very engaging. As long as the show effect was there, it was easy to create new highs in the live streaming world. And everything Xiao Feng laid out was to create new highs, ignite discussions, and thus push AS's popularity to the top. This was a marketing strategy. For example, tonight, Away would earn at least 500,000 yuan. As a non-professional rapping streamer, earning 500,000 in one night, it would be hard for this topic not to explode, especially with the live stream breaking 150,000 online viewers, a number that would be unimaginable on other platforms. It could not even be fake. Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X900. As Xiao Feng continued to shower golden dragons, the live stream viewership was still rapidly climbing. At this moment, the audience no longer cared about the PK, only about how much money Xiao Feng would ultimately spend. It is important to note that when Xiao Feng reached 900 golden dragons, his total gifts for the day had already exceeded 1 million yuan. But he still did not stop. Oh my god, young Master Xiao is still showering gifts. He is still showering gifts. The gifted amount has broken through 1 million yuan. I originally thought a single gift of 100,000 yuan was the limit, but I never expected it to soar to 1 million yuan. Congratulations to young Master Xiao for reaching level 51. Congratulations to young Master Xiao on level 51. At the same time, Brother Boxing also arrived in Away's live stream. Brother Boxing watched the golden dragons one after another and fell into deep thought, even regretting a little. If he had known young Master Xiao was so fierce, he would not have continued in the first round, and would not have needed to spend another 160,000 yuan later, because the subsequent 160,000 yuan Brother Boxing spent was completely unnecessary after all. He still lost and lost utterly. But at the same time, Brother Boxing was now completely convinced by his loss. Because Brother Boxing's persona was inherently fake, his Tycoon persona was for gaining followers, so his strength had a limit. But young Master Xiao was not like that. The PK was over, and he was still wildly showering golden dragons. This was the true #1 Tycoon on Ks. As a result, Brother Boxing was genuinely convinced by his loss, with no complaints whatsoever. As the perspective shifted, the live stream also broke through to 200,000 viewers. Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X950. Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X970. Xiao Feng, Golden Dragon X1000. Finally, Xiao Feng concluded with 1,000 golden dragons. These 1,000 golden dragons were equivalent to 1 million yuan. And this did not include the 141,630 yuan Xiao Feng had gifted earlier, nor the 3,000 yuan gifted upon entering the live stream. Adding it all up, Xiao Feng gifted a total of 1,144,630 yuan in Away's live stream tonight. What kind of concept is this? The average person's salary is about 3,000 yuan a month. This 1.14 million yuan is equivalent to what an average person would earn in 30 years. And as the streamer Away, even with a 50-50 split, he could take home 570,000 yuan. The key is, Away seemed to have done nothing at all, just laying back and earning 570,000 yuan. Of course, Away's earnings today are not just 570,000 yuan. The live stream currently has 200,000 viewers, and Xiao Feng's more than 1 million yuan in gifts had already ignited the live stream. With 200,000 viewers, once the live stream's emotions are stirred, small gifts also won't stop. Many people will follow suit and send a wave of small gifts. These small gifts vary in size, the smallest perhaps 0.1 yuan, while larger ones might be hundreds or even thousands of yuan. It is like following a trend, a herd effect. As a result, even without counting Xiao Feng's 1.14 million yuan in gifts, Away has currently received tens of thousands of yuan in gifts, practically making a fortune. And Away's followers also jumped from 17,000 to 71,000. It is almost as if it is reversed. But the most outrageous thing is actually Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng originally spent millions on gifts just to create a huge topic for Ks, but the result was Xiao Feng's current followers, 125,000. Xiao Feng himself found it outrageous. He originally wanted to promote Away, but Away gained less than half the followers he did. But thinking about it, it made sense in the current online environment. Xiao Feng was the true object of everyone's worship. And whether it was gaining followers or popularity, all of this was just beginning. Because this topic would inevitably go viral across the entire internet tomorrow. And the 3 words young Master Xiao would surely make headlines. Let alone tomorrow, even now, this topic was already gaining traction. Because, after Xiao Feng finished showering these 1,000 golden dragons, the 200,000 viewers in the live stream did not decrease but increased, with new viewers continuously pouring in. Any viewer who came in, saw the gifting leaderboard, was invariably shocked. Some viewers were even prompted by their friends, and specifically searched for this live stream. Damn, the top donor really gave over 1 million yuan. Good heavens! I did not believe it when my friend told me, so I specifically came to see, and it is true. Oh my God, over 1 million yuan in one gifting session. Who exactly is this young Master Xiao? Never mind who he is, but now he has a clear identity, the #1 Tycoon on KS. Young Master Xiao is the #1 Tycoon on KS. There was no doubt that Xiao Feng's wave of donations tonight quickly climbed to the top of the trending lists on other social media platforms. All platforms pushed this news immediately, as it was very eye-catching at the moment. Coupled with a prominent title, viewers would enter to take a look at the news as soon as they saw it. For example, shocking, a certain K's rapper received 1 million in donations overnight, a grassroots counterattack. Shocking, Case's top tycoon, young Master Xiao, generously donated 1 million, setting a new record for the highest donation in the domestic live streaming industry. Shocking. What on earth is this? By then, countless people would inevitably discuss this topic and come to see it out of curiosity. Especially those who had not downloaded K's yet would also be impacted by this news trend and come to see what was happening. These were all foreseeable events. Meanwhile, in Awei's livestream, even after Xiao Feng's $1 million donation ended, the live chat was still in a frenzy of discussion. All kinds of bullet comments still expressed admiration and worship for young Master Xiao, and the total number of viewers in the live stream soared to 250,000. Wei, looking at the gifts he received today, felt as if he were dreaming. Because so far, even without counting Xiao Feng's 1.14 million donation, Wei had additionally received over 200,000 in donations. Many casual viewers, after entering and seeing such an atmosphere, would donate a few dimes or a few dollars. This was the herd effect. Wei's follower count was also continuously rising, now having surpassed 100,000 followers. For casual viewers, Wei was also a point of interest, because he was a streamer who received $1 million donation, and it was clear from his live stream background that he was just a very ordinary streamer. Most viewers were also ordinary people, which would give them a sense of self-identification, imagining that one day they could also become a streamer like him. So, among them, there were those who envied and admired Wei, and naturally they would also follow him. In short, Wei's explosion in popularity was now inevitable, because he was destined to have two very dazzling labels. The first person on the entire network to receive $1 million donation. The first person whose live stream surpassed 100,000 plus viewers on the entire network. Of course, there were more labels, such as Grassroots Counterattack, Overnight Sensation, and Overnight Fame. And the most exaggerated part was still Xiao Feng, because Xiao Feng's current follower count had already increased to 200,000 people. The vast majority of onlookers initially came for young Master Xiao, so upon arrival, they would immediately click follow. It felt as if with Xiao Feng's $1 million donation, he made himself even more popular than Wei. But Xiao Feng definitely was not going to be a streamer. Nor would he show his face at present, he would simply quietly be a tycoon. Subsequently, the previous boxing brother also voluntarily connected with streamer Wei, as per their PK agreement. Although boxing brother had lost, he did not choose to run away. Running away would mean losing both the PK and his character. As a result, after going live, boxing brother generously apologized to Xiao Feng in front of 270,000 viewers. Young Master Xiao, I apologize, please forgive my earlier arrogance. It was my insistence on challenging you to a PK, and I did not expect you to be so powerful. By the way, according to the PK rules, from now on, whenever I encounter you on K's in any live stream, I will call you Big Brother. Big Brother. Upon hearing Boxing Brother's apology, Xiao Feng immediately sent a bullet comment. Young Master Xiao, when you start streaming in the future, I will come support you. Xiao Feng had no unnecessary words. It was just one sentence indicating he would support him in the future. But the value of this sentence was indeed extremely high, because Boxing Brother was gaining followers frantically every day, precisely to make a living as a streamer in the future. Boxing Brother's goal was to wait until his followers increased to at least 1 million before streaming again, starting out aiming to be a big streamer. And the words Xiao Feng dropped were undoubtedly equivalent to providing Boxing Brother with a live streaming guarantee. In the future, he would definitely support him vigorously, helping Boxing Brother recover some blood. Because, in a sense, Boxing Brother was also working for Xiao Feng. Just like that, today's $1 million donation ended, and the number of viewers in the live stream just broke through to 300,000. Wei received a total of 1.42 million in donations today, which meant he earned a full 710,000 overnight. Xiao Feng was not only Wei's benefactor, but also pushed Wei onto Case's altar. Of course, the platform needed a constant influx of fresh blood. Wei was just the first to ascend to the altar, but definitely not the last. As for how long Ah Wei could seize this opportunity, it was entirely up to him. While it was uncertain how long Ah Wei could capitalize on this, KS's popularity had completely exploded because, overnight, major media outlets rushed to report. Firstly, on KS's own platform, countless viral videos were all clips from the live stream. The live stream footage of 1,000 golden dragons, every video had countless likes. Currently already had over 80 million users, and at least 30 million users had seen such videos. And among them, 5% of viewers would specifically search for young Master Xiao, and some would follow after searching. Overnight, Xiao Feng's follower count rose from the original 200,000 to 300,000, then to 400,000. And this was just overnight. By the next day, as the hot topic completely ignited on several other social media platforms. It made headlines everywhere. Countless viewers came due to curiosity, many who had not downloaded KS before, after seeing the news the next day or hearing colleagues talk about it, also felt it was too outrageous. Thus, downloading KS. This was no exaggeration, because the reason Xiao Feng started watching live streams back then was hearing colleagues talk about someone giving a streamer tens of thousands of yuan in donations. Back then, it was still tens of thousands of yuan, and Xiao Feng already found it outrageous. So he watched live streams out of curiosity. So for ordinary people now, upon hearing that someone donated 1 million in gifts, curiosity would also drive them to download and take a look, because data does not lie. This hot topic continued for 3 consecutive days on major media platforms, and its popularity still had residual heat. And over these 3 consecutive days, KS's registered users also surged. December 18th. Headquarters. Gao Yuanming and all shareholders and executives, looking at the real-time data, everyone held their breath, waiting for that moment. The next second, beautiful. Our K's registered users have finally surpassed 100 million. The goal originally expected to be achieved before the new year was accomplished in just 3 days, with over 20 million registered users in 3 days. Chairman Xiao, your $1 million donation, the effect simply exceeded our expectations. I told you, with any decision or plan from Chairman Xiao, we do not need to say more, just listen and follow. For a moment, Gao Yuanming was beyond excited. After all, registered users had reached 100 million. And throughout the conference room, the other shareholders were equally thrilled because this not only meant 100 million users, but also that K's valuation had doubled. Even though it only went from 80 million to 100 million, the current valuation has reached at least 15 billion to 20 billion. Even if it is just 15 billion, Xiao Feng's 30% stake is already worth 5 billion. Although K's is destined to become the largest short video platform in the country, Xiao Feng's assistance undoubtedly accelerated its pace, and at least 5 to 10 times faster. And the most outrageous thing was, holy cow, Chairman Xiao, I just realized your account's followers have surpassed 1 million. You have gained more followers than Ah Wei. At this rate, Chairman Xiao, I feel, it won't be long before you become the person with the most followers on the platform. You are the platform's #1. Xiao Feng was a bit embarrassed for a moment. After hyping things up for so long, he accidentally ended up being the most popular. Of course, no matter how many followers he gained, Xiao Feng would not consider live streaming at all right now, as he had more important things to be busy with. The new year was approaching soon, and Xiao Feng had at least 1,000 employees under him, with over 100 direct employees at Polaris. Not only would it be very busy before the new year, but more importantly, Xiao Feng also began preparing benefits for these employees in advance. That is the year-end bonus. Over 100 direct Polaris employees, plus over 1,000 employees from subsidiaries. It was Xiao Feng's first time being a boss, so he lacked experience. With his personality, this year-end benefit would probably be overly generous. Chances are, it might even make headlines again. December 25th, 39 days until Lunar New Year's Eve on February 2nd of the next year. Back in his hometown of Baiyun County, the first batch of greenhouse vegetables planted had already begun to be harvested. The first batch planted totaled 1,000 mu of land, all short-term vegetables, with an average of 200-300 mu per type. Varieties like bok choy, spinach, water spinach, and cilantro could almost all be harvested within 25-35 days at the fastest, especially water spinach, which could be harvested multiple times, once every 25 days. After these vegetables were picked and harvested, they would also follow the process of being first transported to a processing plant for cleaning and sorting. Those that required preservation would then be moved to cold storage. Then, transport vehicles would deliver them to various supply points as scheduled, forming a complete industrial chain. From now on, Xiaofeng's planting base, with its complete set of procedures, could officially begin operations in an orderly manner. After this, as long as there were no unforeseen circumstances, Xiaofeng would essentially not need to worry. And if anything did come up, someone would be responsible. Firstly, He Shuheng would help handle any matters. And secondly, Polaris also had dedicated liaison personnel. In short, Xiaofeng could completely rest assured about the industries in his hometown, which could bring in several hundred million yuan in GDP to the hometown every year. And if conditions allowed in the future, Xiaofeng would also consider investing in other areas. In any case, when it came to investing in his hometown, Xiaofeng's first thought was not to make money, but from the bottom of his heart, it was for his hometown to develop better. But as long as it was an investment, Xiaofeng was inherently able to spot opportunities. So no matter what project he invested in, he would make some profit, big or small. It was just that Xiaofeng would give up more of the profits, letting the people of his hometown earn more and himself earn less. Of course, for now, he would stabilize the greenhouse investment first and consider other things later. December 29th, the last 3 days of this month, and also the last 3 days of this year. In these last 3 days, silver would repeatedly break new highs. On the 29th, silver opened at 6.44 yuan and closed at 6.51 yuan. It seemed to have only risen by 7 fen, but the total increase reached 1.09%. Xiaofeng's current principal was 415 million yuan, and he used a 5x leverage that day. So even though silver only rose by 1.09%, Xiaofeng, by using the 5x leverage, still made a profit of 22.6 million yuan at the close of trading that day. His principal increased from 415 million yuan to 437 million yuan, but it did not end there, because on the 30th, silver opened at 650 yuan, but closed down at 646 yuan, which was a decrease of 4 fen, or 0.62%. However, Xiaofeng, even though he knew it would fall today, still went all in with 5x leverage, just like the day before. As a result, on the 30th, Xiaofeng, with a principal of 437 million yuan and 5x leverage, lost a total of 13.45 million yuan at the close of trading. His original principal of 437 million yuan was reduced to 423 million yuan. It seemed Xiaofeng lost over 10 million yuan, but this loss of over 10 million yuan was like a smoke bomb. Because if Xiaofeng's leverage always resulted in profit, it would appear too fake. So sometimes, even knowing there would be a small loss today, Xiaofeng would still use leverage to incur a larger loss. But no matter what, he ultimately made a profit otherwise. In just 2 months, his principal would not have grown from 100 million yuan to the current 423 million yuan. Because, although there was a loss today, on December 31st, the last day of 2010, silver would once again break a historical high. On December 31st, silver opened at 6.46 yuan and closed at 6.55 yuan, which was a new annual high and also the last day of the year. The daily increase reached 1.39%. Xiaofeng went all in with his 423 million yuan principal, still choosing 5x leverage, just like the previous days. This kind of 5x all-in would not attract any attention or suspicion. After all, he had lost over 10 million yuan with 5x leverage yesterday. As a result, at the final close, silver settled at 6.55 yuan, with a daily increase of 1.39%, and Xiaofeng earned 29.47 million yuan for the day. His principal also increased from 423 million yuan to 452 million yuan. So, although Xiaofeng seemed to have both gains and losses in the last 3 days before the new year, he ultimately still had an income of 37 million yuan, earning over 10 million yuan per day on average. And just like that, the year 2010 ended with silver closing at 6.55 yuan. But next year's silver in 2011 would usher in an epic new high. From memory, it was on April 25th when it would reach 10.5 yuan per gram, after which it would experience a continuous sharp decline. This continuous sharp decline was a genuine fall, continuing to drop and never returning to 10 yuan per gram for over a decade. Until much later, Xiao Feng heard that silver only returned to a new high before his rebirth. So, after this 10.5 yuan mark, silver was about to enter a decade-long decline, a definite bear market. And precisely because of this, Xiao Feng naturally had to seize this opportunity. Now, silver was 6.55 yuan per gram, and his principal had reached 452 million yuan. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have no problem earning over 1 billion yuan when silver reached 10 yuan per gram. Since today was the last day of 2010, the special nature of today needed no further explanation. The most important thing was the company's year-end settlement. It had started several days ago, and today was the last day all of the company's accounts for 2010 had to be closed for the year. This included annual revenue settlement, cost settlement, profit settlement, cash flow, taxes, asset inventory, performance compensation for various departments, and so on. And then there was the year-end bonus. The year-end bonus did not need to be announced publicly until it was distributed before the Lunar New Year holiday, but the amount had to be finalized before December 31st and recorded in the 2010 accounts. As a result, over the past few days, Yi Signing, as the head of the financial department, had been incredibly busy. But no matter how busy she was, Yi Signing always remained enthusiastic and meticulous. To Xiao Feng, she always had one answer, Mr. Xiao, you can rest assured. Of course, it was not just Yi Signing. Everyone in the financial department and other departments also put in their best effort. It is worth mentioning here that Xiao Feng did not disclose the year-end bonus to the company staff in advance. However, the funds for the year-end bonus had already been locked in beforehand, and although the year-end bonus had not yet been announced, Yi Signing, as the financial manager, was certainly able to see it in advance. When she saw the total amount of the year-end bonus Xiao Feng had prepared for the employees, she was stunned, because the total amount of this year-end bonus was simply outrageous. Moreover, she could not only see the total amount, but also the amount for each department and each individual. For some departments, Xiao Feng had given them tasks in advance, tasks that they might not even be able to complete. Yet, Xiao Feng had locked in their year-end bonus amounts as if they had already completed them. In other words, even if they ultimately failed to complete Xiao Feng's target tasks, the year-end bonus would still be distributed, and it would only be more, not less. Crucially, Yi Signing's name was also on this year-end bonus list. When Yi Signing saw her own year-end bonus, she was in a daze for a few seconds, because all managers received a 500,000 yuan year-end bonus from Xiao Feng. 50,000 yuan was already a lot. After all, the company had only been operating for a few months, less than half a year, and the year-end bonus was 500,000 yuan. If calculated based on 500,000 yuan for half a year, it meant that if a department manager worked for a full year, their year-end bonus would be 1 million yuan. So this 500,000 yuan for half a year was already very unreasonable. And although Yi Signing was also a department manager by rights, she should not have received this 500,000 yuan this time. Mr. Xiao, I see that my name is on this year-end bonus list, and my year-end bonus is 500,000 yuan. Did not you give me medical expenses last time, saying that 500,000 yuan counted as my year-end bonus? How come there is another 500,000 yuan now? Could there be a mistake? Yi Signing thought there was a mistake and anxiously asked Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng still did not offer any extra explanation. Oh, Xiao Feng said seemingly casually, his voice low and steady, no mistake, your year-end bonus is 1 million yuan, so after deducting 500,000 yuan, there is still 500,000 yuan left. Right. Ah, Yi Signing's eyes widened. But Mr. Xiao, I see that according to the year-end bonus standards, all managers' year-end bonuses are 500,000 yuan. So why is mine 1 million yuan? And Mr. Xiao, I have only been with the company for a few months, you would not be. Afraid that I would not get a year-end bonus. So you deliberately gave me an extra 500,000 yuan, would you? Yai signing was certainly not foolish. She naturally understood Xiao Feng's meaning and pressed him for an answer. However, Xiao Feng remained in that state, offering no extra explanations, no deliberate emphasis, and no condescension. He merely dropped a line. You are exceptionally capable. This is what you deserve. Then, he left very naturally. As for Yi signing, her eyes could not help but redden again, and an additional surge of emotion for Xiao Feng once again arose in her heart. The next second, a thought flashed through her mind, and she buried that idea deep inside. She continued working diligently. 7:00 p.m. Finally, all of Polaris's accounts were tallied. This was a strict requirement, as year-end settlements and account closures were mandatory. Xiao Feng sat in his office, looking at the year-end settlement in his hand. From his rebirth until now, it had been a full 6 months. Over these 6 months, all of Polaris's total assets were on this list. Listed below. Polaris Headquarters. Mijo Kanji holds 51% of shares. Flash Delivery to Home holds 90% of shares. Holds 30% of shares. Lingyun Hotel holds 55% of shares. Ningchuang Era holds 36% of shares. Mufeng Agriculture holds 100% of shares. Hometown Greenhouse Industry. Risheng Group holds 10% of shares. 75 ground floor commercial units, current total value approximately 221 million. Bitcoin storage, 919,152. Since most of the company's current investments are merely shareholdings and are not yet listed, they can only be calculated by valuation. Based on current valuations, the highest valued asset is KS's 30% stake, which is currently valued at 6 billion. Adding all of Xiao Feng's above asset valuations, the total valuation has exceeded 10 billion. All of the above belongs to Polaris and does not include Xiao Feng's personal assets. For example, Yingchuang stocks and the 452 million in silver futures are personal assets and are not counted under Polaris. Of course, Xiao Feng's largest asset at present is undoubtedly Polaris Group, because even now, Xiao Feng's shareholding in Polaris is still 100%. After reviewing the annual report and asset valuations, Xiao Feng's heart was quite complex at this moment. It was hard to imagine that in just 6 months, he had not only achieved so much, but also built a group valued at tens of billions. Just as Yan Wenshan once said, success truly has nothing to do with ability. Nothing to do with effort, it is entirely about luck. And in a sense, for Xiao Feng to be able to predict the future, in the eyes of outsiders, this was indeed luck. Of course, having been reborn, who could have better luck than Xiao Feng? This was a given. He glanced at the time, it was 7:30 p.m. Today was the last day of 2010, New Year's Eve. Miss Leginian was still waiting at home. And today was not just New Year's Eve in Xiao Feng's heart, it was also a very, very special day. However, this special day, Xiao Feng never wanted to experience it again, because in his previous life today was the day Li Jinian passed away. In his last life, Li Jinian was tormented by illness after being diagnosed with cancer at the end of July, and finally passed away today. It was also starting from this day that Xiao Feng completely lost his soul and was repeatedly struck by reality. But at this moment, everything was completely different from his previous life. Li Jinian had already fully recovered, and Xiao Feng's current total net worth was also estimated at tens of billions. The contrast was like night and day. Xiao Feng then got up to go home. Before leaving, he did not forget to take a picture of the annual report and the company's current valuation report. Heitang Royal Mansion. Young Master is home. Every day when Xiao Feng came home, what he enjoyed most was Leginian's Young Master is home, which had a heartwarming feeling of home. Moreover, Li Jinian was beautifully dressed today, wearing a white lace dress with high heels, and had prepared a table full of delicious dishes, all Xiao Feng's favorites. After all, it was New Year's Eve, so Li Jinian even lit 2 candles for a candlelight dinner to make it romantic. Li Jinian was indeed beautiful, but the way she looked at Xiao Feng was always a bit strange, with a look of desire. Xiao Feng also prepared a gift for Li Jinian today, a surprise, and during the candlelight dinner, Xiao Feng took out the gift he had prepared in advance. A complete set of Winston teardrop diamond jewelry, including a necklace and earrings. This set was known as the King of Diamonds, the pinnacle of the jewelry world, totaling over 4 million. Under the light, it shimmered like a galaxy. The diamonds had no fancy designs, only the pure high-end feel that crushed by diamond quality, perfectly suited for Li Jinian's slightly cool and elegant style. When Li Jinian saw the set, her eyes first lit up with surprise. Her lips trembled slightly, and she even seemed a little flustered. This, Xiao Feng. I have seen this in a magazine. It is too precious, is not it? It must be over 1 million. Not expensive, only 4 million. Xiao Feng elegantly showed off a little. He could be low-key in front of outsiders, but in front of Li Jinian, there was no need to deliberately be so. Upon hearing 4 million, Li Jinian evidently became even more flustered. 4 million, just this set. Even if I sold myself, I would not be worth 4 million. Xiao Feng frowned, his tone a bit playful. Look at you, so unpromising, always thinking about those trivial man-woman affairs. Xiao Feng's tone seemed like he was taking the opportunity to get verbal revenge. Li Jinian not only was not angry, but seemed to have hit a shy spot. Well, who made you so handsome? Xiao Feng frowned again, almost unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. All right, I am speechless. Subsequently, Li Jinian began to admire the teardrop diamond set, liking it more and more as she looked at it. Suddenly, she saw a black bank card placed next to the interlayer. Li Jinian was not foolish. She understood almost instantly. Li Jinian immediately picked up the bank card, looking at Xiao Feng. Young master, what does this card mean to keep me? Want to move me with money? You little pervert, craving my body again. Li Jinian's accusatory reply indeed caught Xiao Feng off guard. This was what happened when two people lived together for a long time. Their conversations naturally became less formal than before. PFST. Xiao Feng almost spat out a mouthful of water, then joked, Yes, Madame Li Jinian, this pure and virtuous lady, I, this lecher, am once again coveting your beauty. Li Jinian's lips curved slightly upwards, delighted by the praise, and she began to act. Sister understands. Since you are so honest, I will give you a good reward in a bit. Perhaps this was the contrast. Li Jinian usually had an unapproachable coolness when out, but in front of Xiao Feng, she was like a completely different person, an absolute rogue. But it was precisely because of this that the foundation of their relationship grew stronger and they loved each other more. Of course, after the joking, Li Jinian became much more serious again and handed the card back to Xiao Feng. My dear, jokes aside, I can't take this money. Your company needs funds right now. Keep this money for its operations. Xiao Feng helplessly frowned again. See, here we go again. Take it if I give it to you. Besides, my company is not short of 30 million. Wait a minute. Li Jinian looked at the card in her hand and quickly asked, How much did you say is in this card? 30 million. 30 million. Li Jinian sounded as if she had heard an outrageous number. I thought there were only a few million in it. You're giving me 30 million all at once. Shh. Xiao Feng gestured to Li Jinian. Do not say another word. Just take it and spend it slowly. Buy whatever you want. In short, stop talking nonsense, or I won't covet your beauty anymore. Indeed, Xiao Feng's previous words might have been nonsense, but the last sentence hit Li Jinian's weak spot. Li Jinian looked at the card again, then gazed at Xiao Feng with deep affection. She also understood that with Xiao Feng's personality, he would not take this card back. Okay, thank you, young master. Then I will accept this card. If you ever need money in the future, or if your funds are tied up, just tell me, and I will give it to you right away. Xiao Feng chuckled lightly, his tone teasing again. If I give it to you, spend it, do not save it. Besides, a group of mine valued at tens of billions, even if funds are tied up, would not be short of your 30 million, would it? Xiao Feng needed to be low-key in front of outsiders, But in front of his wife, he flaunted his wealth in various ways. With so many achievements now, if he could not even show off in front of his wife, how stifling would that be? However, as soon as he said this, the card in Liginian's hand almost fell onto the table, as if she had heard something outrageous again. Wait a minute, what did you just say? How much is your group valued at now? Xiao Feng also did not hesitate, taking out his phone from his pocket and opening the photo album. Before leaving the company that evening, Xiao Feng had taken a picture of the company's current list and valuations. When Liginian saw Polaris's current estimated total asset valuation between 10.5 and 11.2 billion, she froze in place. Surprise, astonishment, shock, incomprehension, she simply could not believe what was before her eyes was real. But when she saw that K's 30% stake alone was valued at 6 billion, it was hard not to believe. Because Li Jinyan knew that Xiao Feng held a 30% stake in K's and that Chase had recently become extremely popular. But she had no concept in her mind and did not know that Chase's total market value could now be over 20 billion. Adding some other investments, the total valuation indeed exceeded 10 billion. Looking at these valuation reports, Li Jinyan took a full 5 minutes to finally fully realize that everything before her was real. Her young master Xiao Feng now had a net worth of tens of billions. At this moment, Xiao Feng quietly watched Li Jinyan's utterly shocked expression. Xiao Feng truly savored this moment. He felt that all his efforts were worth it at this moment. So, Li Jinyan's voice trembled. Young master, you are now worth tens of billions. Call me husband. Husband, you are too amazing. You're actually worth tens of billions now. Xiao Feng could not suppress the corners of his mouth. Of course. Is there anything you want to tell me? Li Jinyan gently leaned closer. Her voice soft and shyly whispered 4 words into Xiao Feng's ear. The familiar 4 words. I want your body. Seriously, Xiao Feng's face darkened with a mix of exasperation and amusement, teasing. Do you have no other words besides these 4? Is there nothing else in your head all day? Hearing Xiao Feng say this, Li Jinyan felt for a moment that he had a point. Right, saying the same thing every time without changing a single word was indeed a bit boring. Li Jinyan pursed her red lips. Then I will go wash up. Xiao Feng almost fainted. What difference did that make? Wait. Xiao Feng suddenly called out to Li Jinyan, who was about to get up, both of us. And just like that, the two shamelessly spent New Year's Eve. Boom! As the clock struck midnight, fireworks erupted outside and inside. No words were needed. The calendar also officially turned from December 31st, 2010, to 2011. A brand new year began in 2011. Of course, in most people's minds, it was actually the end of the year, as the true Chinese New Year was still a month away. In this final month, both Polaris headquarters and its subsidiaries were all making a final sprint. Everyone was full of drive, diligent and conscientious, and energetic every day. Firstly, Xiao Feng had set goals for everyone in advance, and if these goals were met, there would be generous year-end bonuses. Secondly, Chinese New Year was approaching, and anyone who joined Polaris, even if they did not receive a year-end bonus, still earned a considerable salary this year. In short, everyone would surely go home happily for Chinese New Year, and it would be a prosperous one. This applied not only to Polaris's core employees, but also to employees of its subsidiaries. For instance, Mufeng Agriculture in Baiyun County, their hometown, or the team members of Flash Delivery to Home, all received year-end bonuses. There were also the riders under Flash Delivery to Home. These riders were not strictly in an employment relationship with Polaris, but they were employees hired by Flash Delivery to Home, a subsidiary of Polaris. Since Xiao Feng held a stake as high as 90% in Flash Delivery to Home, he also prepared a benefit package for them. Of course, not everyone connected to Polaris received benefits. For example, Sunrise Group, or K's, where Xiao Feng's stake did not exceed 50%, their employees' benefits were jointly decided by the shareholders of the respective groups. As one of the shareholders, Xiao Feng could at most offer suggestions. After all, Sunrise Group was Yan Wenshan's own enterprise, and Xiao Feng only held a 10% stake. So how the company distributed benefits was naturally not for Xiao Feng to decide. As the saying goes, a new year, New beginnings. Xiaofeng also developed an employee ranking system for the company. This was not about dividing people into different classes, but rather, any large group needs such a ranking system. After careful consideration, Xiaofeng chose to use T as a designation to categorize levels. T1 was the lowest level, with no upper limit to levels. Taking T1 as an example, it usually signified the internship period with a minimum salary of 3,000 yuan, typically for the lowest level employees in subsidiaries. For example, T2. At this level, the minimum salary was 5,000 yuan, usually also for the lowest tier employees in subsidiaries. Upon reaching T5, the minimum monthly salary was 15,000 yuan. This level generally encompassed several types of positions. Some might be supervisors in subsidiaries, while others might simply be new employees who just joined Polaris. This was because all level classifications were primarily determined by their salary. If someone was a deputy general manager in a subsidiary, earning, say, 30,000 yuan a month, they would belong to the T7 level. However, in the Polaris Group's headquarters, a base salary of 30,000 yuan might only be for a new elite employee who just started. In this case, both of them would belong to the T7 level, and their level and company status would be the same. Therefore, as long as one could join Polaris headquarters and become a direct employee, the starting salary would be 15,000 yuan, and the starting level would also be T5. This was the value of joining Polaris headquarters. After Xiaofeng's planning, a complete employee ranking system was finally unveiled, and an announcement was issued from the headquarters to all subsidiaries and departments below. Any subsidiary in which Xiaofeng held a stake of 51% or more would receive this announcement. Because if the stake reached 51%, Xiaofeng would be the absolute nominal boss and could determine employee salaries. Level T1, minimum salary 3,000 yuan. Level T2, minimum salary 5,000 yuan. Level T3, minimum salary 7,000 yuan. Level T4, base salary 10,000 yuan. Level T5, base salary 15,000 yuan. Level T6, base salary 20,000 yuan. Level T7, base salary 30,000 yuan. Level T8, base salary 50,000 yuan. Level T9, base salary 70,000 yuan. Level T10, base salary 100,000 yuan. Level T11, base salary 200,000 yuan. Level T12, base salary 300,000 yuan. Level T13, base salary 500,000 yuan. Level T14, base salary 700,000 yuan. Level 15, base salary 1 million yuan. All levels corresponded to salaries, with higher levels, meaning higher salaries. The salaries mentioned here referred to base salaries. Taking T5 as an example, the base salary was 15,000 yuan. But this was just the minimum base salary. If targets were met or exceeded, commissions would naturally be received, and it was not impossible to earn up to 100,000 yuan. However, even if one earned 100,000 yuan, they would still remain at the T5 level because T5 only represented the base salary. As long as one was at the T5 level, they could receive a minimum base salary of 15,000 yuan per month. And the higher the level, not only was the base salary higher, but commissions were also higher accordingly. Currently, the announcement only showed up to T15 as the highest, but theoretically, there would be even higher levels. But certainly none currently exist, because these were monthly salaries. Taking T15 as an example, with a monthly salary of 1 million yuan, currently no one in the entire Polaris group could receive such a salary package. Most likely, as the group grows bigger in the future, higher management or executive presidents will be able to receive such high salaries. Following the release of Xiaofeng's salary standards, everyone matched their base salaries to their respective levels. Everyone also seemed to see hope for promotion and became even more motivated, because it was clearly stated that regardless of whether it was the headquarters or a subsidiary, the position was not important. What mattered was what T-level an employee was. The higher the level, the greater their influence and status in the company would be, regardless of position. In Polaris headquarters, even a cleaning lady had a base salary of 8,000 yuan per month because it was the headquarters. It was only 2011, and for those who could join Polaris, Even a cleaning lady could earn 8,000 yuan, showing the value of joining the head office. A base salary of 8,000 yuan meant a T4 level. A T4 level, with an 8,000 yuan salary, could almost correspond to some team leaders in subsidiaries. So, theoretically, a cleaning lady at the headquarters and some team leaders in subsidiaries were at the same level. For another example, a new elite employee at the headquarters upon joining was a T7 level with a base salary of 30,000 yuan per month, whereas even a deputy general manager in a subsidiary only earned 30,000 yuan a month. In that case, their status in the company was also the same. The reason why the headquarters offered such high benefits was because there was a very high threshold to join. Of course, all employees, whether from subsidiaries or delivery riders, had opportunities for continuous promotion. Or rather, as long as Xiaofeng was impressed by them, he could directly arrange for them to join the headquarters. Furthermore, if an employee at the headquarters made a mistake, they might be horizontally transferred or demoted to a subsidiary. In summary, Xiaofeng compiled a complete set of employee rules and regulations. It seemed a bit strict, but for a group to grow bigger and stronger, rules will naturally increase. However, no matter how many rules there were, it was undeniable that the benefits were truly excellent. Especially with the introduction of this employee ranking system, all employees now had the motivation to climb higher. Climbing all the way up from T1, even if they were not promoted later and could not become part of management, they could still climb higher and higher in level based on their qualifications. Those with ability would climb to management, while those without ability, as long as they were diligent and conscientious, their level could still rise and their salary would be higher. First look at the level, then at the position. Ensuring every employee has a promising future. January 10th. Xiaofeng's plan was to take a vacation a week before Lunar New Year's Eve, and now there was only half a month left until the holiday. In this final half month, not only was all work proceeding systematically, but recruitment also never stopped. They continued to recruit as planned as long as there were talented individuals, as long as they were industry elites. Polaris wanted them all. As of now, the internal staff of Polaris headquarters had reached 130 people, with 17 in management. Even Dahu and Erhu were actually considered management. Even if they were only responsible for collecting Bitcoin and acquiring storefronts, anyone in charge was considered management. Currently, among these 17 management personnel, 5 had base salaries of over 50,000, which meant they were T8 level, similar to Yi Signing. Each one was an elite among elites in their respective professions, and they were all heads of various departments, capable of handling responsibilities independently within their departments. However, there was one who was just making up the numbers, Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang's level was also set at T8, with a base salary of 50,000. He usually handled some simple management, the direct supervisors for Dahu, Erhu, and their group, as well as the cleaning department, were almost all managed by Fang Zhang. Although the planning was quite good, Polaris still lacked a more core manager. If Xiaofeng was not at the group, the heads of various departments were almost always responsible for the group's operations, and even for some ordinary decisions, they still needed to call Xiaofeng. Therefore, Xiaofeng had also been searching for a suitable president to help him manage things. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaofeng offered a monthly salary of 1 million and an annual salary of 10 million for external recruitment. Naturally, there were many applicants, but none had ever satisfied Xiaofeng. However, there was no rush. An excellent president was definitely a rare find. Just wait patiently. Moreover, Polaris currently had so many talented elites, with various departments connecting to different businesses and subsidiaries. Xiaofeng did not need to worry about much else, except for decision-making. So, for the time being, he could handle things himself, and occasionally in his free time, he could even browse Gauge ES videos. Just like at this moment, Xiaofeng had just hung up the phone with CEO Lei and was leisurely sitting in his office, browsing videos. Since Xiaofeng's last god-making plan ended, 25 days had passed until today. In these 25 days, K's registered users grew from the original 80 million to 150 million. And K's valuation soared from the previous 8 billion to the current 35 billion. Especially since live streaming was enabled, The group's valuation skyrocketed, and with the help of Xiao Feng's god-making plan, registered users surpassed 150 million, and the valuation went crazy. And all of this was due to Xiao Feng's last god-making plan. Away also became a major streamer overnight. After all, he was the first person on the entire network to receive 1 million in donations, plus various character designs stacked up, making his popularity full. As a result, Away now had at least 50,000 people in his live stream room daily. Many people came because of his reputation, and after arriving, they would follow Away. Of course, the situation remained the same as before. Xiao Feng's fan growth rate was always higher than Away's. Xiao Feng's current followers had already surpassed 1.7 million. The key point was that Xiao Feng had not even posted a single video on his account so far. Having 1.7 million followers under such circumstances showed just how outrageous it was. He was currently the third ranked on the KS fan list. 0 posts, 1.7 million followers. The value spoke for itself. He received hundreds of private messages almost every day. Many of these private messages were from streamers, mostly female streamers. For example, "Young Master Xiao, I heard you love watching female streamers. Come watch my live stream when you are free. I guarantee you will fall in love with me." In short, he received many similar private messages every day. CEO Xiao. CO Xiao. Just then, Guo Shouhang rushed into Xiao Feng's office. CEO Xiao. A big order. A big order. Guo Shouhang was in charge of the overseas team. And for him to hurriedly say there was a big order, it truly was a big order. Guo Shouhang rushed into Xiao Feng's office, his face full of excitement. "Do not rush. Speak slowly. CEO Xiao, I have connected with a major client. He has his own studio that specializes in mining Bitcoin to make money. He currently holds 57,000 Bitcoin and wants to sell them all at once." "How many?" Xiao Feng instantly became a little unsettled. 57,000 coins. "Yes, this person is named Paul. I heard about him before when I was collecting Bitcoin. He is somewhat famous in the circle, and his studios specialize in mining Bitcoin. He has a total of 57,000 coins, and now wants to stop and sell them all at once." However, at this point, Guo Shouhang hesitated. "However, this guy is practically asking for the moon. The price he is asking is too high." "Deal." "Huh?" The conversation between Xiao Feng and Guo Shouhang was absurd and unexpected. It was absurd because Xiao Feng did not even wait for Guo Shouhang to finish speaking before agreeing. Guo Shouhang had not even stated the price, and Xiao Feng immediately said, "Deal." It was indeed a bit outrageous. The reason Xiao Feng was so decisive was that he knew very well that no matter how high the other party's asking price was, it would currently be the lowest price in comparison. Firstly, this was 57,000 coins if collected normally. At the current rate, this goal might not be achieved until after the new year. And after the new year, Bitcoin would experience its first wave of rapid surge. Although it would be a small surge, it would definitely be several times higher than the current price, which was inevitable. Secondly, this was not just 57,000 coins. Once these 57,000 coins were acquired, Xiao Feng, factoring in his current storage, would just reach 1 million coins. Because as of yesterday, Xiao Feng's current storage had already reached 940,538 coins. He was only 59,462 coins away from Xiao Feng's ultimate goal of 1 million coins. And this single transaction was 57,000 coins, plus the scattered coins collected throughout the day today, which would be approximately 2,500 coins. Then he would precisely complete his ultimate goal and achieve the storage of 1 million Bitcoin. That is why Xiao Feng had just said deal without hesitation. For a moment, Guo Shouhang was stunned, not knowing how to reply. Guo Shouhang first paused, then quickly explained, "CO Xiao, would you like to reconsider? He wants 300,000 US dollars for these 57,000 coins. I just calculated it at the current exchange rate. 300,000 US dollars is equivalent to 1.977 million. And for his 57,000 Bitcoin, each coin's price is equivalent to 34.6 yuan. Based on the current market situation, Bitcoin is only 17 yuan per coin. Even if we offer a higher price, it would be at most 20 yuan per coin. But at 34 yuan per coin, it is almost double the market price. Would you like to reconsider? Deal. Xiao Feng still did not hesitate for even a second making the deal directly. Indeed, theoretically, if he reconsidered or tried to push the price down, it might indeed be a bit cheaper. But similarly, there was also a chance the deal would fall through, or even that the buyer might suddenly decide not to sell during the negotiation. But now, since the other party had asked for 300,000 US dollars, it was only natural to give it to him without hesitation, not giving the other party a chance to react. After receiving Xiao Feng's complete affirmation, Guo Xiaohang immediately went back to communicate with Paul. Since Xiao Feng had already agreed, the next step was simply the transaction process. 15 minutes later, with all procedures completed, the transaction for 57,000 Bitcoin was finalized. It was just past 4 p.m. And throughout the day, Guo Xiaohang's team and Hu's team had collected a total of 2,426 scattered coins, leaving only the last 36 coins. Collecting while mining, another batch of 17 coins was collected. Only the last 19 coins remained. Another 11 coins were collected. Only the last 8 coins remained. January 10, 2011, 4:55 p.m. As the exact number was reached, the mining machines immediately stopped working, and all Bitcoin were transferred into Xiao Feng's account. Ultimate goal achieved. His gaze fell upon Bitcoin storage, 1 million coins. Finally, Xiao Feng completely achieved his ultimate goal, ending the storage of Bitcoin with 1 million coins. From today onwards, Xiao Feng will no longer recover any more. It will remain exactly 1 million coins, and then they will be stored indefinitely. During any fluctuations, Xiao Feng will not consider selling, even if there are sharp increases or decreases. In fact, the fluctuations of Bitcoin later on are quite significant, even more exaggerated than a roller coaster. Ordinary people simply cannot hold on to it. Taking 10,000 yuan as an example, it would first rise from 10,000 to 1 million, then to 10 million, and then fall all the way down to 300,000. 10,000, 1 million, 10 million, 300,000, 50 million, 8 million, 200 million, 30 million, 5 billion, 800 million, 100 billion. With such an electrocardiogram-like pattern, ordinary people really can't hold on. Those with poor psychological endurance simply cannot withstand so many fluctuations during the period. Most people might have already sold when it rose from 10,000 yuan to 1 million, or even sold all of it when it reached 100,000 yuan. Because even a rise from 10,000 to 100,000 is equivalent to a 1,000% return, most people would still consider themselves investment geniuses after selling. This is why it is said that even if ordinary people have the chance to defy fate, it is hard for them to seize such an opportunity. Only luck can change it. For ordinary people to hold on, it would only happen if they forgot their password and remembered it years later, or if they committed a crime and were imprisoned, only to come out more than a decade later. But are not these two situations also a kind of arrangement of fate? Of course, there is another exception. Someone like Xiao Feng, who can be 100% certain in advance that Bitcoin will definitely surge in the future. At this moment, Xiao Feng looked at the 1 million Bitcoins, feeling both excited and a little expectant. The excitement was because he had finally completed his ultimate goal. The anticipation was because Xiao Feng was also curious. How many times would Bitcoin ultimately multiply this time? After all, in his previous life, before Rebirth, it had risen to a maximum of 700,000 yuan per coin. In this life, the current rate of increase is about 4 times that of before. Compared to the timeline of his previous life, the average price of Bitcoin was only 4.5 yuan then, but now the market average price has reached 18 yuan per coin. In terms of time comparison, it has already quadrupled in advance. So exactly how many times it will multiply in this life, even Xiao Feng can't guess. It might reach 700,000 yuan per coin earlier, or it might surge to 1 million yuan per coin, or, for some reason, it might end up being worthless. But even if it ends up being worthless, Xiao Feng would at most lose 10 million yuan, as the total recovery cost for these bitcoins was around that amount. And Xiao Feng currently has a net worth of tens of billions. Even if Bitcoin really collapses and becomes worthless in the end, he would not care. But if the appreciation remains unchanged, taking 700,000 yuan per coin as an example, then these 1 million bitcoins would eventually be equivalent to 700 billion yuan. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng's lips curved into a familiar slight smile. From this moment on, Xiao Feng firmly memorized the password, and the storage method involved a complete cold storage solution. So-called cold storage, of course, means the private key never touches the internet. Assets are sealed offline, using hardware cold wallets, plus fingerprints and iris scans, and so on. In short, no one but Xiao Feng could crack it. Next was simply to wait patiently, waiting for its appreciation. Meanwhile, since the ultimate storage goal had been completed, Guo Xiaohang's overseas team and Erhu's team had also completed their tasks. Today was only January 10th, still half a month until the holiday on January 25th before the new year. But both of your teams performed well and completed your mission objectives ahead of schedule, so you can take an early holiday. Your team has a total of 6 people. As agreed previously, you will collectively receive 2 million yuan. Since Erhu is the team leader, you take 500,000 yuan yourself, and the remaining 5 people each get 300,000 yuan. Guo Xiaohang, your overseas team has 3 people. As agreed previously, you will collectively receive 2 million yuan. You take 1 million yuan yourself, and Qin Yu and Cao Bai each get a 500,000 yuan year-end bonus. As Xiao Feng's words fell, both the overseas team and Erhu's team were so excited they nearly embraced each other. This year-end bonus, for ordinary people at that time, was a huge sum of money. And Xiao Feng did not deliberately favor anyone. The year-end bonuses had all been predetermined. Taking the overseas team as an example, although Guo Xiaohang received the most, he indeed put in the most effort. Of these 1 million bitcoins, Guo Xiaohang personally acquired about 300,000 coins, while the other 2 also acquired around 100,000 coins each. So just these 3 people from the overseas team accounted for half of the total. As for Erhu's team, it might seem like each person received a little less, but compared to other jobs, it was more than 10 times easier. If Erhu and his team were to find a regular job with their qualifications, they would earn at most 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. But now, a single year-end bonus was enough for them to work for 10 years. And the key was that this was legitimate work. Especially people like Erhu and his group in the past when they went home for the new year. They did not dare to say what kind of work they did. But now, returning to their hometown, if someone were to ask again, who could proudly say, I am a team leader at a multi-billion-dollar corporation with an annual salary of millions. So the excitement was not just because of the year-end bonus, but also their love and gratitude for this job. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thanks, Mr. Xiao. Oh, right, Mr. Xiao. After his initial excitement, Erhu also brought up a concern that had been on his mind. Our team has completed its task now, and although we can go home early for the new year, but after the new year, can we still come back to work after the new year after all? It seems like there's nothing for us to do next. Yes, Mr. Xiao. We have actually been wanting to ask you about this recently. Erhu's team indeed had average abilities. Their ability to join Polaris was solely because they were among the very first batch. So worry was inevitable. They were not like Guo Xiaohang's team. Guo Xiaohang's team were all overseas returnees. Even if they were not collecting Bitcoin, they would have other work arrangements within the company. But Erhu's team was different. They worried constantly, fearing that once this project ended, they would be laid off. Do not worry. Xiao Feng patted Erhu's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over all the team members. From the day you joined Polaris, as long as you do not resign voluntarily and do not violate company regulations, you will always be Polaris employees. Just take your money, go home, and have a good new year. When you return after the holiday, I will naturally have new arrangements for you. Of course, to put your minds at ease, let me go a step further. Even if there are no suitable work arrangements for you, then I will still pay you a salary every month. Because this is also one of Polaris's benefits. As Xiao Feng's words fell, nothing could provide more reassurance than such a definitive promise. The phrase, even if there are no work arrangements, we will still pay you a salary, was truly akin to ancient lords supporting retainers. Mr. Xiao. Erhu said excitedly, I won't go home for the new year yet. There is still half a month before the new year. Even if it is just doing odd jobs in the company, helping to take out the trash, I am willing to stay and do as much as I can for the company. Mipster. Xiao. Us too. Xiao Feng did not say much, just nodded. All right. Guo Shouhang, your overseas team will first go to the operations department afterward. Hu, your team, for the remaining half-month will first work with Dahu's team to acquire ground-floor commercial properties. Then, we will all go home happily for the new year together. Understood, Mr. Xiao. January 15th. Only 10 days left until the New Year holiday. Since Bitcoin reached 1 million coins, Erhuan's team has now merged with Dahu's team, jointly responsible for acquiring storefronts. Currently, a total of 90 storefronts have been acquired, and only 10 more are needed to reach the target of 100. The reason Xiaofeng insisted on acquiring 100 storefronts was to give them all to Li Jinian, like a New Year's gift. Li Jinian has been with Xiao Feng for almost 4 years now, and with Xiao Feng's current net worth in the tens of billions, it was time to give this young lady a substantial gift. Moreover, Li Jinian had always dreamed of a life of collecting rent, and ever since her cancer, she immediately resigned from her job and has not returned to work since. Whether she works or not is not important. The key is that Li Jinian herself also wants to have something to do. Collecting rent would perfectly fulfill all her requirements and fantasies. At that time, Polaris would establish an additional team specifically responsible for collecting rent from the storefronts, and this team would be under Li Jinian's charge, giving her the position of team leader. She would just need to count money every month. Although these storefront assets would definitely still be under the Polaris Group, the monthly rent would not be a small sum, and it would all go to Li Jinian. This would both fulfill the young lady's wish to collect rent, and the collected rent would be equivalent to her pocket money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 100 storefronts would generate at least $1 million in rent per month. How wonderful! As a result, regarding the acquisition of storefronts, Xiao Feng had been preparing a surprise for Li Jinian all along. And this surprise, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would certainly be completed before the holiday. Now there are already 90 storefronts, with some still being negotiated and contracts being prepared for signing, so in the remaining 10 days, signing just 1 per day would achieve the goal. Mainly because Dahu's and Erhuan's 2 teams are working together now, the speed has indeed increased significantly. Of course, Xiao Feng's target is 100 storefronts, but that does not mean only 100 storefronts will be acquired in the end. After the new year, as long as suitable ones are available, acquisitions will definitely continue. Storefronts are inherently a highly profitable investment after completing the purchase. Just by collecting rent, there will be a continuous stream of income every month, also serving as cash flow. Furthermore, Zhangzhou City is bound to become more prosperous in the future, with development improving steadily. These storefronts will either be demolished later, or their value will appreciate by 3 to 5 times. It is indeed a highly profitable investment. January 18th. Today was another important milestone for silver. Throughout January, silver was temporarily in a pullback state, meaning a downward trend, and it would not start soaring again until after February. Nevertheless, on January 18th, silver rose by 2.1% in a single day, which was the highest single-day increase for the entire month of January. Xiao Feng also seized this opportunity, still using 5x leverage, to go all in with his original principal of 478 million. With a principal of 478 million and using 5x leverage, it was equivalent to multiplying the principal to 2.39 billion, while the single-day increase reached 2.1%. As a result, even though silver was in a temporary pullback state in January, Xiao Feng still earned 50.28 million in a single day, just today. This single transaction alone brought Xiao Feng's principal from 478 million to the current 528 million. The principal, starting from 100 million, has now broken through to 500 million. He made another hefty profit. This was basically the situation before the new year. If he wanted to break through 600 million, it would most likely have to wait until after the new year. Xiao Feng also chose to play it safe for now. January 20th. Flash Delivery Home once again brought good news in Flash Delivery Home's conference room. Mipster, Xiao. Currently, our Flash Delivery Home app has covered the entire provincial market, and the current user base has surpassed 3 million people. This data means that among every 30 people, one person uses our Flash Delivery Home app. Furthermore, our service covers all cities in the province, including county-level cities, with 3 to 20 service stations established in each city. The company currently has over 300 internal employees, and the total number of employed riders exceeds 10,000. Wang Wei reported the current achievements one by one. Although the data is impressive, there is no doubt that it is not profitable at all right now and is constantly burning through cash. Flash Delivery Home alone now has over 300 internal employees, responsible for managing various operations. A single subsidiary with more than double the number of internal employees compared to Polaris's direct employees, and the riders underneath them exceed 10,000, all of which are expenses. Flash Delivery Home is undoubtedly the most cash-intensive investment project and currently has only captured the provincial market with a user base of merely 3 million people. Yet, Xiaofeng has invested almost 200 million into it so far, which is indeed very costly. Precisely for this reason, Xiaofeng had directly taken a 90% stake earlier, because going forward, to cover the national market, it would inevitably require attracting investments, allowing more capital to come in for financing, burning cash together to conquer the market. It is worth mentioning, however, that when it comes to attracting investments, Xiaofeng does not need to worry at all. Because Flash Delivery Home app is currently the most comprehensive platform for food delivery services in China, and the largest, bar none. The reason is also simple. It is only 2011, and as soon as Xiaofeng's promotion plan was launched, it quickly captured the market. It was too late for others to imitate. Mainly, besides Xiaofeng's willingness to burn money, he was able to rapidly build an app like this. As for other capital looking to enter the market, they only need to provide financing to Flash Delivery Home. So now, it is not Xiaofeng seeking investments, but rather many investors who have actively approached him, eager to get in and get a piece of the pie. Especially with Flash Delivery Home app's parent company, Polaris, a group valued at tens of billions. As its backing, investors feel very secure. What is more, it is not just Polaris valued at tens of billions. Now the Flash Delivery Home app alone is valued at least at 5 billion. At least. Even with a current user base of only 3 million, this is ultimately a food delivery platform, and beneath it is a massive group of over 10,000 riders. In other words, this platform can currently provide over 10,000 jobs to society, and its business is related to people's livelihoods, making it an absolute essential. As a result, in terms of valuation, it indeed reached a valuation of 5 billion. And with a valuation of 5 billion, investors naturally feel more reassured and are more willing to invest boldly. Everyone also saw a bright future development prospect. In the future, a valuation of 10 billion, 50 billion, or even 100 billion is not impossible. Given the current data, the errand running app is no longer in its early startup phase, but rather a group with great development prospects. So naturally, countless investors will actively come knocking with money. As for the terms and conditions of financing, Polaris Group's headquarters will assign personnel to handle them specifically. So moving forward, Xiaofeng's Flash Delivery Home can be considered to have opened its doors and begun fundraising. January 22nd. Ms. Zhou Group also brought good news, with the successful conclusion of its product launch and the announcement of its price. Ms. Zhou First Generation, currently priced at 1999 yuan. This price is very consumer-friendly, because after the launch event, users could pre-order online. The first batch of orders was 100,000 units, and in just 3 days, they were all snatched up. The factory also officially began mass production. Ms. Zhou Group's valuation also began to soar rapidly, reaching approximately 2 billion. This is good news. At the beginning of 2011, all of Xiaofeng's investments before the new year all experienced a surge in value. Roughly calculated, Xiaofeng's current total Polaris valuation has reached at least 20 billion. Crucially, this is just the beginning. Afterward, whether it is Ms. Zhou or Flash Delivery Home or other investments, their valuations are still surging. Especially K's, its valuation has been soaring recently and currently stands at 40 billion. As time flew by, it finally reached January 25th. the last day before the holiday. No work today, because today there is something more important: the annual year-end meeting. Distributing year-end bonuses, Lingyun Hotel. Today is the annual meeting. Coincidentally, Xiao Feng himself owns a 5-star hotel which is perfect for holding the annual meeting. The annual meeting is not the most important thing the year-end bonus is. Today, employees from both Polaris head office and its subsidiaries, whoever could come, came. Those who could not make it were either on duty or in special positions. With such a large group and so many subsidiaries, it is impossible for operations to completely shut down, even on the first day of the Lunar New Year, so some people are bound to remain at their workstations. However, for anyone who remains at their workstation and cannot attend the annual meeting due to work, their overtime pay is tripled, and they receive an additional 1,000 yuan red packet allowance daily. Especially on New Year's Eve and the first day of the Lunar New Year, the allowance for these 2 days is 3,000 yuan daily. These are Polaris's super benefits. Currently, it is a dream company, coveted by countless people. At 11 a.m., the entire Lingyun Hotel has 1 main banquet hall and 4 medium-sized banquet halls. All 5 banquet halls were occupied solely by internal staff from Polaris and its subsidiaries. A total of over 1,200 employees attended, including all internal staff from Polaris and several subsidiaries. It is a good thing there were enough banquet halls, otherwise, they truly would not have been sufficient. The key is that many employees from various positions have not arrived yet, especially the delivery riders. Only some of the management personnel came. However, not attending does not mean no benefits. All benefits will be distributed uniformly after today's annual meeting. The main banquet hall seats 10-15 people per table and can accommodate nearly 500 people in total. All direct employees of Polaris, including some management personnel or outstanding employees from subsidiaries, are in the main hall. To put it simply, employees at T4 level and above, their base salaries are all over 10,000 yuan per month. In addition, it is not just the subsidiaries, there are also some other companies in which Polaris holds shares. For example, KS and also Risheng Group. Although Xiaofeng holds less than 50% of the shares in these groups, some good friends also came to attend the annual meeting. For example, Gao Yuanming or Yan Wenshan, as well as some shareholders of K's. Additionally, Zhang Yang also came. Theoretically, Zhang Yang has never been a direct employee under Xiaofeng, but he has now been promoted to deputy manager at KS with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Zhang Yang's current success is naturally inseparable from Xiaofeng, and Zhang Yang himself knows this well, having expressed his gratitude to Xiaofeng more than once. The reason Xiaofeng did not transfer Zhang Yang to the head office is also because, for a friend like him, if he were indeed transferred to Polaris head office, their friendship would gradually fade. If Zhang Yang works at KS, he is not truly an employee under Xiaofeng, which sometimes allows them to interact more naturally. This is also a kind of wisdom in interpersonal relationships. As the annual meeting officially began, the entertainment team also started performing on stage, complete with hosts, ushers, and photographers. Everyone was eating and watching the performances, feeling very happy. This happiness came from the bottom of their hearts because everyone present had found a job they particularly liked, with high salaries and benefits. In this situation, their mood was excellent. The key was that there would also be a lucky draw segment soon, along with the final year-end bonus announcement. Meanwhile, Han Shueki also started a live stream during the annual meeting. Han Shueki is responsible for managing the company's KS account. On the KS platform, the company's account ID is named Polaris Group. And in the past 2 months, under Han Shueki's management, Polaris Group's K's account has already reached 100,000 followers. Mainly, the benefits are genuinely good whenever information about the company's salaries and benefits is posted. It gains countless followers. Han Shueki was live streaming, introducing the Polaris annual meeting to the audience in the live stream. In the live stream, there were currently over 5,000 viewers watching online. Before long, as the lucky draw segment began, the two hosts also announced all the prizes for today's lucky draw segment. Both hosts were internal company personnel, capable of enlivening the atmosphere and possessing good hosting skills. Polaris is already full of talented individuals. So for a small matter like hosting a show, there is naturally no need to hire external hosts. Female host Shirley, let us all guess together. What prizes has President Xiao prepared for everyone? Male host Su Yang, I am truly looking forward to it. Let me take a look. Su Yang held the host card, feigning surprise, though he had actually already seen it in advance. He had already expressed his surprise backstage. "Oh my goodness," Su Yang exclaimed with a look of disbelief. "These annual meeting prizes are too generous. President Xiao is incredibly generous. The prizes are divided into 4 levels with a total of 101 spots, one of which is the grand prize." Shirley immediately added, "That is right. There are 60 spots for the 3rd prize, and the prize is an Apple laptop for each person. Furthermore, President Xiao is truly thoughtful. He specifically noted that if you can't use it, you can directly convert it into cash, with a cash value of 12,000 yuan. Next is the 2nd prize. There are 30 spots for the 2nd prize, and each person receives a 200-gram gold bar. According to the current gold price, this is equivalent to 55,000 yuan and can also be converted into cash. However, there is no need to convert this gold bar into cash. After all, it is already a hard currency. Shirley only announced the 3rd and 2nd prizes, and just these 2 levels of prizes had already sent the audience into a scene of revelry. There are a total of 101 spots, and with everyone present today, there are only 1,200 people, making the winning odds 1 in 12. The key is that every prize is worthwhile. For a moment, in Polaris's live stream, viewers were all expressing envy and jealousy. The envy was genuine, and the resentment stemmed from why they had not joined such a company. Han Shuiqi continued live streaming using the company account, and the live stream viewership soared from 5,000 to 8,000 people. Male host Su Yang continued. "All right, next are the prizes for the 1st prize. There are 10 spots for the 1st prize, and the prize is a BMW 3 Series car." Yes, friends present, you heard correctly. The 1st prize is a BMW 3 Series valued at 350,000 yuan, and it is not just 1 spot, but 10 spots. Additionally, it can still be directly converted into cash. "Oh my goodness," Shirley beside him could not help but exclaim in cooperation. "President Xiao is incredibly generous. These 10 BMW 3 Series cars are worth 3.5 million yuan. Speaking of which, as a host, during the lucky draw later, it makes me want to pull some strings, use a little trick to make myself win this 1st prize." Ha ha. Su Yang also joked along. "I already considered that problem earlier. It seems impossible. There is simply no chance to manipulate it." The scene was also filled with chuckling happily. However, at this moment, the live stream had long since exploded. "No way! President Xiao of Polaris is too ruthless. Is not he? 10 1st prize spots, a BMW 3 Series for each person. That is truly outrageous. Our company's year-end 1st prize is a laptop worth 3,000 yuan. Yet Polaris's 3rd prize is 60 Apple laptops. Do not even mention it. Our company's 1st prize is a 500 yuan supermarket gift card. You guys are all good. Our company's 1st prize was a hairdryer. When I plugged it in, it almost electrocuted me to death. I have to say, Polaris's 1st prize is enough to trend on hot searches. The key is, this is just the 1st prize, there is also a grand prize above it. Would not the grand prize be worth millions? While the live stream audience was envious, they were also anticipating the grand prize. Everyone at the venue was also looking forward to the grand prize worth millions. Shirley held the host card. Next is the grand prize. There is 1 spot for the grand prize, and the prize is a photo of President Xiao where you can see his 8-pack abs. Oh, my apologies, just kidding everyone. It is for entertainment purposes. Back to serious matters. The grand prize is a sea view apartment valued at 3 million yuan. As soon as the grand prize was announced, the scene erupted in an uproar once again. This grand prize was simply unheard of, directly giving away a set of sea view apartments worth a full 3 million. It was only 2011, and Jiangzhen City was originally a coastal city with sea view apartments everywhere. And a 3 million sea view apartment was already considered a luxury residence. Moreover, it could still be cashed out. In short, Xiao Feng had definitely thought of everything. Any prize won could be cashed out afterward. In other words, winning the grand prize was equivalent to directly winning 3 million in cash. For a time, the annual meeting venue was filled with celebration. And the most explosive part was undoubtedly the live stream, because the people in the live stream were truly numb with envy. Most viewers had average salaries of 2,000, 4,000, while some with higher salaries might earn 5,000, 8,000. Even industry elites would find it difficult to earn a salary of 10,000 a month. Their annual meeting benefits were mostly in the hundreds or a few thousands of yuan. As a result, when they saw that Polaris's benefits were in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, many people's defenses broke. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. What kind of fairy boss is this? Seeing such benefits, I want to strangle my current boss. Wow, I swear, after I graduate, I must apply to Polaris. Me too. I will also become a Polaris employee in the future. Look at all of you. Stop fantasizing. If you're not an elite, you can't get in now. Sigh, what a shame. I heard from streamer Shui Qi that when Polaris was just founded, as long as you were willing to work and obedient, you could get in. See that bald guy sitting next to him? Even such a good-for-nothing can be a manager. It is because he joined early and caught the dividend period. No choice. It is also luck. It is too hard to get hired now. While the live stream audience was envious, the annual meeting was also in progress. After Su Yang and Shirley, the two temporary hosts, announced the prizes, the raffle immediately began. All employees present could take out a raffle ball from the raffle box. Opening the raffle ball would reveal if they had won. Everyone, filled with excitement, began to draw their prizes one after another, including the other 4 central halls. Everyone had one chance to draw. Even Zhang Yang, though not a direct employee, could draw. In short, everyone present had a chance to win, including the 2 hosts. The 2 hosts were also internal Polaris employees and direct employees at that. As the raffle continued, people at the scene successively shouted out in excitement, "I won, 3rd prize, a laptop. Ha 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 ha. I also won a 200-gram gold bar. I won't cash it out. I will keep it for appreciation. Nice. I also won a laptop, but I already have one at home, so I will cash it out." Holy crap. Just then, Sun Zi shouted, "Awesome! I won a BMW 3 Series." A BMW 3 Series? The scene was filled with envious gazes. Sun Zi was an internal employee of Flash Delivery Home and one of the earliest 11 core members of the Flash Delivery Home team. He owned 0.5% of Flash Delivery Home, and his monthly salary had already risen to 30,000, making him a T7 level employee. And now he had even won a BMW in the raffle. For Sun Zi, his life had already taken off, and this was icing on the cake. Host Su Yang could not help but say enviously, "This son of a gun has really good luck." Sun Zi also laughed and shouted, "And you are even hosting today. Straighten your tongue. It is Sun Zi." The scene once again erupted in laughter. Everyone was always joyful, the atmosphere harmonious, with no barriers. The raffle was still ongoing. There were over 1,200 people present. It was impossible for everyone to draw at once. In the subsequent draws, naturally, people won prizes one after another, and an excited shout could occasionally be heard. "Ha ha, I also won a gold bar. Not bad, not bad. Lady Luck's favor, a laptop. Oh yeah, I also got a gold bar. Awesome. Nice. A laptop, just what I needed." Oh my goodness. Just then, at the annual meeting, a middle-aged aunt shouting in not-so-standard Mandarin attracted everyone's attention. The aunt was around 50 years old and was Polaris's cleaning lady. Everyone called her Aunt Jiang. Although Aunt Jiang was just a cleaner, she was hired by Polaris and was an internal Polaris employee. Polaris had just over 100 internal employees, and the venue was not very large, so 4 cleaners were usually enough. Aunt Jiang was one of them. And even as a cleaning lady, her monthly base salary could reach 8,000 yuan because she worked at Polaris headquarters. In 2011, A cleaning lady earning 8,000 yuan, the value speaks for itself. As Aunt Zhang excitedly shouted in her not-so-standard Mandarin, all eyes in the venue turned to her. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I won the first prize, a Precious Donkey 3 series. For a moment, it once again attracted countless envious glances. The cleaning lady won a BMW 3 series, which also meant that there was no inside manipulation in the raffle. The scene was indeed filled with envy, and after the live stream audience saw this, they were absolutely green with jealousy. No way. The cleaning lady won a BMW. She does not even know how to drive. Why does not she give it to me? That is a nice thought. Besides, even if she can't drive, she can give it to her children, and it can be cashed out directly. Oh my God. What is the difference between this and directly winning 350,000 in cash? I am dying of jealousy. Ah. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surged to 10,000. For the current time, this number of viewers was definitely considered a high-traffic live stream. Over 10,000 people in the live stream were watching the Polaris annual meeting, mainly because the benefits were so good, making it very eye-catching and attractive. And Su Yang, as today's host, also had an envious look and immediately conducted an impromptu interview. Come, Aunt Zhang, come up quickly. I will interview you. How are you feeling right now, and what do you want to say to everyone? Aunt Zhang tried to adjust her breathing, first glanced at Xiaofeng sitting below, and continued speaking in her not-so-standard Mandarin. Oh dear, there is actually nothing much to be excited about. To be honest, this Precious Donkey 3 series is not the prize I wanted most. Hearing this, everyone certainly thought Aunt Zhang was a bit too greedy. She does not want a BMW 3 series. Does she want the grand prize instead? There was only one grand prize, and it had not been drawn yet. Su Yang also asked curiously, Aunt Zhang, from what you're saying, a BMW 3 series is not what you want. Could it be that what you want most is the grand prize? The Sea View apartment. No, no, no. Aunt Zhang quickly waved her hand, glancing at Xiaofeng sitting below once more. What I really want is actually a sexy signed photo of CEO Xiao. Did not they say he has an 8-pack? Can I exchange this first prize for a signed photo of CEO Xiao? As soon as these words came out, this time, everyone in the audience could not hold back their laughter. Although they knew she was joking, this was simply too entertaining. Especially the host, Su Yang, who almost fell over from this sudden answer. Oh my goodness, Aunt Zhang, you are really eager for a promotion, are not you? If I had known your emotional intelligence was so high and you were so good at talking, I should have let you host today. Shirley, who was nearby, also joked, by the way, our company currently only has 4 cleaning ladies, and there truly is not a cleaning supervisor yet. That is right. There were only 4 cleaners in total. What did they need a cleaning supervisor for? Usually Abbott, the facilities manager, was in charge of supervising them. As Aunt Zhang and the 2 hosts conversed, the entire venue erupted in laughter, with everyone holding their stomachs from laughing so hard. And Xiaofeng, who had been sitting below the stage the whole time, also could not help but smile, lips pursed, amused by Aunt Zhang. Li Jinian had also come with Xiaofeng, and did not forget to playfully tease him in his ear. You two are not really involved, are you? Are you crazy? Xiaofeng retorted with a dark expression. But jokes aside, after Xiaofeng finished his pursed lip smile, he silently pulled out his phone and sent a text message to the HR department. Xiaofeng, personnel adjustment, after the new year, appoint Aunt Zhang as the cleaning department supervisor with a salary of 15,000. Undoubtedly, this was the joy of being a boss. Even though he knew it was a joke, it genuinely made Xiaofeng laugh happily at the time. Moreover, the group was about to move to a new office location, which would be larger, requiring more cleaners. The cleaning department indeed needed to be established. So, a supervisor was indeed needed. Yes, needed. Xiaofeng was the boss, whatever he said went. Being a boss really allows you to do whatever you want. And Aunt Jiang truly joined the department, the cleaning department. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Just then, in the banquet hall, someone else went wild. I won the grand prize. In the banquet hall, someone else had indeed gone wild, once again attracting countless eyes. But this person was a bit unfamiliar. Even Xiao Feng had no impression of him. The man's name was Chen Mo, 29 years old this year, and he had just joined Mijo Group last month, an internal employee of Mijo. Although Mijo Group was a subsidiary, it had grown larger and stronger, having expanded to hundreds of employees, not including those in the factory. This newcomer, Chen Mo, had just joined last month, having just passed his probation period. But he was, after all, an internal staff member of the subsidiary and a programmer inherently qualified to attend today's annual meeting. What he had not expected was that he had directly won the grand prize. What incredible luck this was. Chen Mo then went on stage to accept the interview. Host Su Yang was so jealous, his teeth were almost grinding. "Hello, Chen Mo, I heard from the introduction just now that you have just joined. You have just started and already won the grand prize. What would you like to say at this moment?" Chen Mo was already teary-eyed. "To be honest, I have been graduated for 7 years, and in those 7 years, I have not even saved enough for a down payment on a house. Before, at other companies, I repeatedly ran into walls, and finally, I came to Mijo Group. Unexpectedly, Mijo Group not only offers better benefits and treatment than other places, but its management is also very humane. Especially General Manager Xiao's employee ranking announcement a while ago, which motivated me even more. As long as I perform well, I might even be able to enter Polaris's head office in the future. So, from the first day I joined, I secretly swore that I must make a name for myself in this group and save money to buy a house. And I firmly believe that as long as I work hard in our group, I will definitely achieve my dream of buying a house. And that dream will get closer and closer. But what I never expected was that today would bring me such a huge surprise. General Manager Xiao directly gave me a 3 million yuan sea view apartment. To be honest, before attending the annual meeting when I heard about this lottery event, I truly believed there must be some inside information. Mainly because in my previous 7 years of work experience, it was almost always like this at other companies. Good things were always fixed internally. And even every opportunity for promotion would be snatched away by those with connections. But I never expected Polaris to be so fair, and just I became the luckiest person. Chen Mo's remarks were well-structured and quite good. First, he expressed his recognition of the company, then his own efforts, and especially thanked Xiao Feng. At the same time, the live-stream chat could not hold back anymore. There were already over 15,000 viewers in the current live stream. Oh my God, watching this live stream is killing me. The grand prize was actually won by a newcomer who just finished probation. That is a 3 million yuan sea view apartment, and the key is it can be immediately cashed out, equivalent to a newcomer directly winning 3 million yuan in cash. To be honest, if I were the boss, I would definitely fix this grand prize internally. I would absolutely not let a newcomer win it. The key is, this was won by someone from a Polaris subsidiary, showing how fair it is. That is it. I have completely fallen in love with Polaris. I must join Polaris in the future. Me too, but it feels really hard. If all else fails, I should be able to get in as a cleaner, right? Even cleaner might be tough. Look at Aunt Zhang, the cleaner just now, with that emotional intelligence. Can you compare? Ha ha ha. No wonder Aunt Jiang can work as a cleaner at Polaris. No wonder people always used to say, "Ginger, the older, the spicier." Is that what this phrase means? While the live stream was full of envy, comments were flying back and forth, and the number of viewers watching had soared to 20,000. And at this moment, with all the lottery draws concluded, all 101 winning names were announced. Among them, the most eye-catching was actually the first prize, as there were 10 spots for the first prize with each person receiving a BMW 3 Series. And among these 10 spots, only 2 were drawn by management. The rest were ordinary employees. So this lottery event was absolutely fair and just. Xiao Feng would never engage in such deceptive under-the-table manipulations. After the lottery segment concluded, hosts Su Yang and Shirley began to announce the upcoming year-end bonuses. This was the main event of today's annual meeting. Regarding year-end bonuses, whether or not one was present today, the due amount of bonus would not be short by a single cent. Finally, all year-end bonuses would be transferred to the employee cards. As for the year-end bonus rules, every employee, whether from the head office or a subsidiary, regardless of their level, would receive one. The year-end bonuses would be announced from lowest to highest. Su Yang, as everyone knows, Polaris has a complete employee grading system, so year-end bonuses are also set according to this system. Surely that is right. The higher the employee's grade, the naturally higher the year-end bonus. First, we announce the year-end bonus for T1 level employees. T1 employees' minimum monthly salary is 3,000 yuan. A part of these are security guards, cleaners, and miscellaneous workers from subsidiaries, while the largest number are pickers and planters from General Manager Xiao's hometown's Mufeng agriculture. This salary in the countryside is at least 30% higher than the industry average, and the year-end bonus for all T1 employees has reached 10,000 yuan. The total number of T1 level employees is 255 people, with a total year-end bonus of 2.55 million yuan. Su Yang also exclaimed in surprise, with good chemistry, "Oh my God, a monthly salary of 3,000 and a year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan. And if I'm not mistaken, Mufeng Agriculture has only been established for 3 months. To be able to give a 10,000 yuan year-end bonus after just 3 months, General Manager Xiao is truly generous." This was not really Su Yang intentionally flattering. It was a genuine 10,000 yuan in cash. Many pickers might have only joined 2 months ago. In their hometowns, a monthly salary of 3,000 for a picker was already considered high pay. Su Yang continued. Next are the T2 level employees with a regular base salary of 5,000. Most of these are newly hired employees from subsidiaries or greenhouse managers from Mufeng Agriculture and so on. There are a total of 213 regular employees at the T2 level, each receiving a 20,000 yuan year-end bonus, totaling 4.26 million yuan. Next is T3. T3 employees have a minimum salary of 7,000, mostly regular employees from subsidiaries, totaling 366 people. Each person receives a 30,000 yuan year-end bonus for a total amount of 10.98 million yuan. By the time it came to T3, the year-end bonuses were already starting to become increasingly outrageous. The vast majority of these were regular employees of subsidiaries with 7,000 yuan per month, which was still considered high pay compared to other companies. Most had only joined a few months ago, yet each could receive 30,000 yuan. And for T3 level employees alone, the total year-end bonus had already reached 10.98 million yuan, including the previous T1 and T2 plus the current T3. The total sum of year-end bonuses for just these 3 levels amounted to 17.79 million yuan. Shirley held her host card. Next is T4. At the T4 level, most are management from subsidiaries or outstanding engineers. Total number of 130 people, each receiving a 50,000 yuan year-end bonus, with a total year-end bonus of 6.5 million yuan. The venue erupted in another round of cheers. A 50,000 yuan year-end bonus. That is quite outrageous in the current context. And next, it is time for T5. The vast majority of people present immediately perked up their ears, because T5's salary treatment is a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. And for all Polaris employees, the vast majority start with a base salary of 15,000 yuan. In a sense, T5 employees are also referred to as truly core employees. Hosts Su Yang and Shirley were also among them. Now announcing the T5 level. Including Polaris and all T5 level employees from subsidiaries, there are a total of 215 people. Each person receives a 100,000 yuan year-end bonus, with a total year-end bonus of 21.5 million yuan. As host Su Yang finished speaking, the scene instantly erupted, because at the T5 level, the year-end bonus range directly doubled. Previously, those earning 7,000 yuan per month received a 30,000 yuan year-end bonus. Those earning 10,000 yuan per month received a 50,000 yuan year-end bonus. However, at T5, with a monthly income of 15,000 yuan, the year-end bonus directly jumped to 100,000 yuan. It is worth noting that the number of employees at the T5 level was even higher than the total number of employees at the previous T4 level. And 70% of these people were from Polaris. Because at Polaris, apart from cleaners and security guards, As long as one could get hired, the base salary was 15,000 yuan, and the number was huge. For other subsidiaries to receive a base salary of 15,000 yuan, they would have to be at least at the supervisor or manager level. In short, anyone earning a base salary of 15,000 yuan was either a direct Polaris employee, a subsidiary's management, or a senior engineer. To put it more bluntly, compared to ordinary people, these were all considered talents. It was precisely for this reason that the year-end bonus was directly raised to 100,000 yuan. And theoretically speaking, this was actually only a half-year year-end bonus. If it were for the whole year, the year-end bonus would definitely be higher. It was precisely for this reason that everyone was so excited because no one expected such a high amount. Oh my God! Shirley's lips also curved into a smile. I didn't expect a 100,000 yuan year-end bonus. I am so happy. Su Yang also chimed in. Me too. The key is, I've only been employed for 3.5 months, but I can also receive a 100,000 yuan year-end bonus. All I can say is, thank you, C.O. Xiao. C.O. Xiao is truly generous. These two hosts were direct Polaris employees and naturally enjoyed such benefits. Do not just look at the 100,000 yuan after all. This was 2011. In other companies, even excellent employees or managers might not earn 100,000 yuan in a year. It showed that Xiao Feng was not stingy at all when it came to year-end bonuses. Of course, there was even more. After Su Yang's excitement subsided, he continued. Next are the T6 level employees with a regular base salary of 20,000 yuan, totaling 103 people. Each person receives a year-end bonus of 200,000 yuan, totaling 20.6 million yuan in year-end bonuses. Oh my goodness, Shirley exclaimed again. Another year-end bonus of over 20 million yuan, and each person gets 200,000 yuan. I'm going to work hard this year and become a T6 level employee too. I beg to differ, Su Yang said playfully. My goal this year is to become a T7 employee, because T7 employees have a monthly base salary of 30,000 yuan. There are a total of 62 people, each receiving a 300,000 yuan year-end bonus, totaling 20.3 million yuan. The reason it is 20.3 million yuan is because at the T7 level, many managers or team leaders receive additional performance bonuses. For example, Big Hu and Hu are ostensibly at the T7 level, but their year-end bonuses are not 300,000 yuan, but 500,000 yuan. After T7 was announced, the cheers from the audience grew even louder. After all, there were 62 T7 employees, and with 300,000 yuan each, they could directly buy a BMW 3 Series. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was on the verge of collapsing once again, because ever since T4, the screen had been flooded with comments, stating, "Too much? Too much? This year-end bonus is too much, truly unnecessary. Indeed, there is no need to give so much. Personally, I suggest giving 1 to 10 after all. I won't get any, so I can only be gnashing my teeth. It is truly outrageous this year. End bonus is almost comparable to the total salary. Think about it. Taking T5 as an example. A month is 15,000 yuan. 12 months a year is only 180,000 yuan, but a half-year year-end bonus is 100,000 yuan. If it were for the whole year, would not it be 200,000 yuan? That is even higher than the total annual salary. Good heavens! After seeing Polaris's year-end bonuses, I want to strangle my boss even more. Damn it! This is maliciously increasing employees' salaries, maliciously giving high year-end bonuses. Ha ha ha! Yes, yes, it truly is malicious, because after seeing it, I genuinely feel uncomfortable. While the live stream was filled with complaints, everyone genuinely wanted to join Polaris. The reason they were gnashing their teeth was mainly because they were not Polaris employees. Su Yang. Next are the T8 level employees. Anyone who reaches T8 is either a group executive or an absolute elite, with a monthly base salary of 50,000 yuan. There are 33 people in total, each receiving a 500,000 yuan year-end bonus totaling 16.5 million yuan. Currently, from T1 to T8, across these 8 levels, CEO Xiao has already distributed over 100 million yuan in year-end bonuses, totaling 103.19 million yuan. Of course, it is not over yet. Next are T9 to T12, a total of 4 levels, although there are only 7 people in total currently. Each of these 7 individuals is a director, president, or vice president of a subsidiary. Among them, the highest current level is CEO Lei of Mizo Group at T12, with a current monthly base salary of 300,000 yuan and a personal year-end bonus of 10 million yuan this time. When the number 10 million yuan was heard, the scene erupted in gasps. It was well known that CEO Lei was the helmsman of Mizo Group, and his monthly salary was indeed 300,000 yuan. Xiao Feng currently holds 51% of Mizu's shares and can indeed decide CEO Lei's salary. But in reality, at CEO Lei's level, salary is not really important. It is mainly about dividends and shares. CEO Li himself still holds 27% of the shares, and Mizo Group's current market value is around 2 billion yuan. So CEO Lei's personal net worth is at least over 500 million yuan. And this 10 million yuan year-end bonus was simply an additional bonus for CEO Lei's contributions. Furthermore, there was Wang Wei. Wang Wei was personally groomed by Xiao Feng. The flash delivery home service he was responsible for currently had a market value exceeding 5 billion yuan. Wang Wei's monthly salary also rose to 200,000 yuan, placing him at the T11 level. As a result, Wang Wei's year-end bonus was also as high as 5 million yuan. The reason CEO Lei and Wang Wei received such high year-end bonuses was because they were both the top leaders of their respective subsidiaries. When Xiao Feng was not at the subsidiaries, they were the helmsmen of those subsidiaries. The excellent development of the subsidiaries was inextricably linked to them. Therefore, year-end bonuses of several million or tens of millions were well-deserved, and also served as an incentive. The other 5 individuals were also deputy leaders of subsidiaries, akin to second-in-command or third-in-command. Each person's year-end bonus was also over 2 million yuan. Ultimately, for the T9, T12 levels, the total year-end bonus amounted to 27 million yuan. 20 million yuan. 5 million yuan, 3 million yuan, 3 million yuan, 2 million yuan, 2 million yuan. Host Su Yang also deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that everyone could hear clearly. A total of 1,384 people received year-end bonuses this time. Polaris distributed a total of 130.19 million yuan in year-end bonuses. Over 1,300 people received 130 million yuan in year-end bonuses. This amount distributed is likely to become a trending topic again. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Su Yang spoke again, his words startling. Everyone do not get too excited yet, it is not over. CEO Xiao said that although the food delivery riders are outsourced by Flash Delivery Home and ordinarily only management would receive year-end bonuses, however, but CEO Xiao still prepared a New Year red packet for all the food delivery riders. Currently, excluding management, there are a total of 11,355 food delivery riders under the company. Each person receives an 1,888 yuan red packet, totaling over 21.43 million yuan. Therefore, CEO Xiao's total bonus distribution this year amounted to as high as 151 million yuan. This 1,888 yuan red packet truly elevated things. As Su Yang said, under normal circumstances, riders are not only outsourced by subsidiaries, but many are also temporary workers. Even if they were not temporary workers, apart from the management within the riders, others were not considered formal employees of the company. Flash Delivery Home operated on a third-party partnership basis. But even so, Xiao Feng still allocated 21.43 million yuan as red packets. This move was simply unheard of. However, it seemed it was not over yet. The next second, Su Yang held his host card. The prizes have been drawn, and the year-end bonuses have been distributed. CEO Xiao has also prepared an additional surprise for some employees. 21 BMW 3 Series cars. Yes, you heard that right. These 21 BMW 3 Series cars are unrelated to the previous lottery. It is an additional reward list proposed by CEO Xiao. This list does not consider ability or ranking. Next, everyone whose name I call will receive a BMW 3 Series car. No. 1 Yi Signing. No. 2 Fang Zhang. No. 3 Guo Shouhang. No. 4 Big Hu. No. 5 Hu. No. 6 Han Shueki. No. Quote, 7. Without a doubt, this was a designated list personally chosen by Xiao Feng and indeed unrelated to ability or anything else. When Polaris was first founded, there were only 16 people. Later, with the addition of Guo Shouhang's 3 people, there were only 19, and then with Yi Sining's joining, it just made 20 people. Especially Yi Sining, who was the first supervisor of the finance department, her importance needs no further elaboration. So this additional reward was actually equivalent to a Pioneer Award. Actually, Xiao Feng's original list had 20 people, but the reason it became 21, because as the names were announced one by one. No. 21 Zhang Yang, as far as the eye could see. When the last name on the list was read out, Zhang Yang, who was originally feasting, suddenly stopped his chopsticks, his face full of surprise. My name too! At this moment, Zhang Yang truly had not expected his name to be on the list. Zhang Yang was not currently a Polaris employee, nor was he an employee of a true Polaris subsidiary. Because by definition of a subsidiary, the company needs to hold more than 51% of the shares, or more than 51% of the control. But Xiao Feng only held 30% of KS's shares. So theoretically, Polaris and K's were an associated enterprise, not a subsidiary. If it was not a subsidiary, the annual bonus for its employees would naturally not be something Xiao Feng could unilaterally decide. So everyone who received an annual bonus at today's venue was either an employee of Polaris Group's head office or a subsidiary where Polaris held more than 51% of the shares. These were all employees under Xiao Feng, but Zhang Yang was not. He was only an employee of an associated enterprise. Yet, Xiao Feng had included Zhang Yang's name on this reward list. Undoubtedly, this was an special exception Xiao Feng made for Zhang Yang. In his previous life, Zhang Yang was considered a good brother, and he had even given him 5,000 yuan back then. Now that Xiao Feng was doing well, he naturally wanted to give Zhang Yang a hand. First, he promoted Zhang Yang to manager at K's, and now, through the reward list, he gave him a BMW 3 Series. It was reasonable to give a good brother a BMW after doing well, especially since this list of 21 people did not replace anyone else's reward by adding Zhang Yang. Otherwise, there would have been 20 people on the list today. For a moment, Zhang Yang felt like he was dreaming. This was a BMW worth 350,000 yuan, which could definitely be called a high-end car at the time. Zhang Yang also recalled the bold words he had spoken while drinking with Xiao Feng. Back then, Zhang Yang said that if he ever made it big, he would definitely give Xiao Feng a car. But now, it was the exact opposite. Xiao Feng was the one who gave Zhang Yang a car first. However, this was indeed what Zhang Yang deserved, because with Zhang Yang's personality, if he really made it big, he would certainly give one to Xiao Feng too. At this moment, Zhang Yang stood up from his seat, filled his wine glass, and strode towards Xiao Feng. CEO Xiao. I won't say more. I toast you with this cup. Xiao Feng also looked helpless. Do not be silly. Do not do this. If you want to thank me, just kowtow to me when no one's around. Xiao Feng deliberately said this to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Because Zhang Yang's repeated calling him CEO Xiao indeed seemed very formal, but calling him that was not wrong. Because currently, they were at the annual meeting in front of employees, and Zhang Yang knew how to maintain proper boundaries. As for private drinking sessions, those two did not care. They could talk however they wanted. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was not the only one excited, there were 20 others. There is no need to elaborate on Fang Zhang. He was Xiao Feng's first true employee, the first to help Xiao Feng with tasks. And Fang Zhang's subordinates, including Dahu and Erhu, also received a car each in the past. Following Fang Zhang, although they were not starving 9 meals out of 3 days, they lived a dangerous life, always on edge. But now everyone had a legitimate job with social insurance and housing provident fund and enjoyed welfare benefits. In just half a year, not only had everyone earned money, but now they could drive a BMW home for the new year. With money and a car, They had already reached the pinnacle of life. It is also worth mentioning Han Shueki. She had joined Polaris without hesitation back then, even when Xiaofeng tested her by telling her there would be no salary. She still chose to join without a second thought. As a result, in these 6 months, Han Shueki's salary plus annual bonus totaled a staggering 200,000 yuan, and with this car, it amounted to earning 500,000 yuan in half a year. Therefore, choice often outweighs effort. If Han Shueki had not firmly chosen to follow Xiaofeng back then, with her receptionist's income, she would have had to work for 10 years without eating or drinking. Of course, even more noteworthy was Yi Signing. Yi Signing was considered the first talent to join Polaris, an absolute industry elite. When she first joined Polaris, she asked for a base salary of 30,000 yuan, but Xiaofeng gave her 50,000 yuan. And now, Yi Signing had been promoted from T7 to T8, which meant another promotion and raise. A T8 level base salary is 70,000 yuan per month, and today's BMW was an unexpected bonus. When the camera focused on Yi Signing, she was sitting at another table, about 10 meters away from Xiaofeng. Yi Signing knew very well in her heart that her name should not actually be on this list, because she was not among the first batch of people to join Polaris. But Xiaofeng still added her. Yi Signing glanced at Xiaofeng sitting in the distance, and when she saw Li Jinian sitting beside Xiaofeng, a hint of envy and humility flashed in her eyes. In short, her emotions were very complex at that moment. At the same time, the number of viewers in Han Shueki's live stream had already surpassed 30,000. It was truly rare for a live broadcast of an annual meeting to have 30,000 people watching online. When the viewers in the live stream heard about another 21 BMWs, they did not know how many times they had been overwhelmed today. Especially, wait, streamer Shueki, is your name on the list too? Yeah, I think I heard the streamer's name too. Han Shueki immediately interacted with the audience. That is right. I did not expect it myself, that I would be on it too. I'm just so happy and excited. Oh my goodness, that is too enviable. I am truly impressed. I am almost dying of discomfort just looking at this screen. This is maliciously giving employees BMWs, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why do not I have a boss like this? What makes me most uncomfortable is not that I do not have a boss like this, but that I realize I simply do not have the ability to join Polaris, so I can only watch helplessly. Actually, everyone does not need to feel too bad. I do have a way to join Polaris. I just checked at present. The best opportunity to join Polaris has been missed, unless you are a top talent. But it is not entirely without a chance. Polaris's subsidiaries are hiring. As long as your abilities are decent, you can almost always get in. If you perform well and keep climbing up, there is a chance to eventually be transferred to the head office. That is right. This is indeed a method, and the simplest way is to become a rider. Strive to become a team leader, deputy station manager, and finally become a city's regional manager. These are all paths to entering Polaris. Not bad, not bad. I will join after the new year. Me too. In the live stream, many people made up their minds to first join a subsidiary and then, through continuous effort, enter Polaris. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, it felt as if joining Polaris was like reaching safe harbor. And so, this year's Polaris annual meeting officially came to an end. All prizes and annual bonuses were announced. Afterwards, according to the procedure, a one-click transfer would deposit everything into each employee's card. Xiaofeng's annual bonus this year, plus the red envelopes for the riders, amounted to a total expenditure of 151 million yuan. As for the lottery segment, an additional reward list, which included 60 laptops, 30 gold bars, 31 BMW 3 Series cars, and a 3 million yuan Sea-View apartment. The total expenditure for this annual meeting was approximately 170 million yuan. Polaris's annual bonus conference today would undoubtedly become one of the hot topics. With the year-end bonus distributed, it was naturally time for the Chinese New Year holiday. Polaris's holiday period totaled half a month, officially starting on January 26th and resuming work on February 10th, the 8th day of the first lunar month. As for the year-end bonus, it was uniformly distributed to employee cards with a single click. Every employee could happily go home this year and enjoy a prosperous new year. Regarding the topic of Polaris's year-end bonus, there were indeed numerous news reports and media coverages. On the K's short video platform, it also garnered extremely high popularity, with the topic being very eye-catching and receiving countless likes and positive comments from netizens. The total expenditure for year-end bonuses was 170 million, which, at present, was undoubtedly a hot topic. Xiaofeng distributed such a large amount in year-end bonuses for several reasons. Firstly, Xiaofeng had suffered losses in his previous life and understood the struggles of migrant workers. Since the company was highly profitable, he naturally hoped that the workers could earn more. After all, everyone who works is doing it to earn money, so there was no need to make empty promises, just give them the money. Secondly, the news that Polaris distributed a total of 170 million in year-end bonuses to its employees had an unimaginable impact as soon as it broke. Subsequently, other large companies and groups would consider actively collaborating with Polaris. This precisely demonstrated Polaris's underlying strength, allowing other partners to confidently cooperate with them. Of course, both cooperation and future development would be matters for after the new year. At this moment, it was January 27th, the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, commonly known as Southern Xiaonian Minor New Year. Xiaofeng brought Li Jinian home for the new year. After working hard for more than half a year, he could finally enjoy a good holiday. Baiyun County, Ninghe Town, Xintian Village. Xiaofeng's return home in his current status could definitely be described as returning in glory and bringing honor to his ancestors. Because when Xiaofeng drove his car to Ninghe Town, a separate concrete road had been built from the town all the way to Xintian Village, with streetlights installed on both sides. Upon arriving at Xintian Village, the entire village had undergone drastic changes in the past half year or so. Not only had Xiaofeng's ancestral home base been replaced with a luxurious large villa, but half of the households in the village were also undergoing renovation. From the original dilapidated tile-roofed houses, they were rebuilt into small bungalows, and some even into two-story houses. The entire village transformed from an impoverished village into a model village. All of this was thanks to the 100 million invested by Xiaofeng in his hometown to build greenhouses, processing plants, and so on. By leasing everyone's land, he provided hundreds of job opportunities, and more importantly, the salaries and benefits were very generous. Consequently, not only Xintian Village, but also the entire Ninghe town became better because of Xiaofeng. For this reason, when Xiaofeng drove his car to the village entrance, a group of villagers from Xintian Village had already been waiting there for a long time. Some even set off firecrackers, full of ceremony, just to welcome Xiaofeng, the village's leader, home. Additionally, Xiaofeng had another identity. He was their boss. After all, he had given each of them a year-end bonus of no less than 10,000 yuan. The villagers were also discussing amongst themselves. Xiaofeng, this child is truly successful. Xiao Jiangguo has such a good life. Indeed, Xiao Jiangguo does not have to do anything now, living in a luxurious mansion, eating well, drinking well, and even found a new companion. The key is that all the remaining income from Xiaofeng's greenhouses and processing plants goes to Xiao Jiangguo. The more the villagers discussed this, the more it proved how well Xiao Jiangguo was doing. Indeed, his father, Xiao Jiangguo, lived a much more carefree life day by day than Xiaofeng. He had nothing to worry about, endless money to spend, a beautiful new companion, and enjoyed the envious gazes of the villagers every day. His life was truly delightful. On the other side, his father, Xiao Jiangguo, and Bei Yaji had already prepared a table full of dishes, just waiting for Xiaofeng to bring his daughter-in-law, Li Jinian, home. The newly built large villa at home was also completed, with luxurious and exquisite decoration, making it look like a mansion. His father, Xiao Jiangguo, lived in the mansion every day and would tell everyone, "This mansion cost over 5 million yuan, almost as much as the living expenses my son gives me." No wonder the villagers were so envious of Xiao Jiangguo. After Xiaofeng arrived home, with a table full of dishes, the family sat together, chatting and laughing. It was incredibly warm and harmonious. At this moment, all the effort was worth it, as time began to accelerate. In the days leading up to the new year, Xiaofeng was not entirely idle. During this time, he carefully planned the subsequent development of the greenhouses in his hometown. He also had several meals with He Shuheng. Sometimes they discussed personal matters, and other times, business, such as considering future investment directions. In short, Xiao Feng and He Shuheng were now both friends and in a relationship of mutual assistance. Their relationship also grew stronger, especially on New Year's Eve. He Shuheng was originally assigned to a different city, and his work was quite busy, so he did not go home for the New Year. Xiao Feng invited He Shuheng to his home to spend New Year's Eve together. This did not violate any regulations after all. It was New Year's Eve, and Xiao Feng invited his friend, who could not go home for the holiday, to celebrate together as friends. Their relationship had long surpassed ordinary friendship. With the arrival of New Year's Eve, every household hung lanterns and decorations, posted couplets, set off firecrackers, and enjoyed family festivities. After dinner, everyone sat together in front of the TV, watching the Spring Festival Gala. When it came to Teacher Benshin's skit, they were all thoroughly entertained. The phrase 10,000 words omitted here became famous nationwide. But only Xiao Feng knew that this year was Teacher Benshin's last appearance in a Spring Festival Gala skit. Although he appeared on the Spring Festival Gala afterwards, it was only on local TV channels. In a blink of an eye, it was the first day of the new year. There were many customs associated with this day, especially in rural areas where there were even more. For instance, one could not sweep the floor, take a bath, or pour out water instead. Water had to be poured into a slop bucket first. Also, children had to carry peach tree branches for warding off evil spirits. And of course, the most indispensable tradition was giving lucky money to children. Xiao Feng gave each child in the village a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Truly, and everyone gets a share situation. Tomorrow would be the second day of the new year. According to the usual custom, Xiao Feng would first bring Li Jinian to his own home for the new year, and then on the second day they would go to her home for the new year, which meant visiting his mother-in-law's house. The night before they left, Xiao Feng and his father, Xiao Jianguo, had some drinks and chatted late into the night. The father and son had not sat down to chat like this for a long time. They talked about many things, such as when he would get married, his future plans, and what his plans for the future were. As they chatted, Xiao Jianguo also expressed that this year's Chinese New Year was the happiest he had experienced in decades. After all, his son had become successful. His back was straighter, and even his previously half-crippled left leg moved with a quicker pace than before. Xiao Feng once again brought up his father's disabled left leg. His father's leg was half-crippled due to an accidental work injury over a decade ago. Precisely because of this disabled leg, Xiao Jianguo could not continue working normally and later had to rely on collecting scrap for a living. After all, with one leg disabled, even if he went to a construction site to work as a laborer, no one would hire him. Ever since Xiao Feng became wealthy, he had wanted Xiao Jianguo to seek treatment more than once. Although it had been crippled for over a decade, it certainly could not be fully cured, but it could definitely be improved. It could go from a severe limp to a slight limp. However, every time Xiao Feng brought this up, Xiao Jianguo would always try to deliberately avoid the topic. Xiao Feng was naturally puzzled. "Dad, just listen to me. Medical technology is advanced now. Even if it can't be completely cured, it can be improved." Xiao Jianguo, having had a few drinks, was in a semi-intoxicated state. "Oh, forget it. I won't go. This punishment is what I deserve." Xiao Jianguo was currently in a drunken state, though not overtly so, at least slightly tipsy. His spontaneous outburst just now made Xiao Feng instantly feel that something was amiss. What did he mean by this? Punishment is what I deserve. Moreover, every time this matter was brought up in the past, suggesting Xiao Jianguo get treatment was clearly for his own good, yet every time it was mentioned, Xiao Jianguo would avoid the topic. At this moment, Xiao Feng was truly determined to get to the bottom of it. "Dad, what did you mean just now? Tell me the truth. What was the real cause of this leg injury? I was still young back then. All I knew was that you had an accident at the factory while I was hospitalized with a high fever." Facing Xiao Feng's persistent questioning, Xiao Jianguo, with a bit of alcohol in him, let out a long sigh and revealed the secret he had kept for many years. Sigh, actually. This leg of mine. It was not an accident back then. Xiao Jiangguo's words were astonishing, leaving Xiao Feng unable to comprehend for a moment. Not an accident. But it was clearly an accident back then. Was he harmed by someone? Or maliciously by someone? And his father never spoke about it, perhaps because he could not afford to offend the other party. In short, in that brief moment, Xiao Feng had too many hypotheses and suspicions in his mind. After all, his father Xiao Jiangguo's leg had been disabled for over a decade, and at the time, it was identified as an accidental work injury. But for what reason did Xiao Jiangguo keep it a secret all this time? The first possibility Xiao Feng could think of was definitely that he was harmed by someone. Dad, what exactly happened? Who was behind this? Tell me boldly. I will make them pay the price no matter what. Sigh. Xiao Jiangguo sighed again, a pang of sadness welling up. Xiao Feng, originally I intended to hide this matter from you my entire life, and I never mentioned it to anyone. The reason I kept it from you all this time is because I truly did not want you to know the truth. But now you have become capable and I am old. This has always been a knot in my heart. So since you asked, I will tell you. Do you still remember when you were 10 years old and had acute appendicitis perforation caused by a fever at that time? The perforation led to peritonitis, and your condition was extremely serious. The doctor said at the time that if you did not have surgery within a week, you would almost certainly die. But the surgery cost over 50,000 yuan. You must know, you were 10 years old that year, which was 1998. 50,000 yuan at that time was an astronomical sum for me. Because back then, my monthly salary was only 500 or 600 yuan. Even if I borrowed, I could not possibly borrow 50,000 yuan in a short time. Moreover, everyone was living frugally at that time who had spare money. And the key was, it was 50,000 yuan. But the hospital had already issued a critical illness notice. At most 3 days. And if the surgery was not done, then, sigh. At this point, Xiao Jiangguo could not help but fall silent again. Xiao Feng did not interrupt or press for answers, he just listened quietly. Xiao Jiangguo continued. You also know I was working at a woodworking factory at the time, responsible for the machinery. Facing that situation, with you still lying in the hospital, and me unable to raise the money. So that afternoon, I went to the factory for work as usual. Perhaps I was distracted, perhaps it was. At this point, Xiao Jiangguo paused again for a few seconds. But Xiao Feng seemed to have understood something. Finally, Xiao Jiangguo steadied his breathing. Finally, I was determined to have had a safety accident. And according to the compensation at the time, I received 50,000 yuan. Although Xiao Jiangguo did not explicitly state the specific details and spoke rather subtly, everything seemed to require no further explanation. Whether it was an accident or caused by distraction, no one could say for sure. But at least at that time, in everyone's eyes, no one would trade a leg for 50,000 yuan. So, perhaps it was an accident. But this accident also saved 10-year-old Xiao Feng's life. After Xiao Feng finished listening, he too fell into a brief silence. Neither father nor son spoke again. They just silently raised their glasses and clinked them together. At this moment, Xiao Feng's heart was a mix of emotions, mostly guilt. If he had not been reborn, he would never have known the immense sacrifice his father had made. Although his father ultimately did not say whether it was intentional or just due to distraction, it no longer mattered. Because even if it was caused by distraction, it was because Xiao Feng was in the hospital at the time. And if it truly was intentional for Xiao Feng, he could not stand from an outsider's perspective and judge the right or wrong of his father's action. But for the factory owner, this incident indeed caused a loss to the factory. Perhaps. The reason Xiao Jiangguo said earlier that it was his deserved punishment might have already conveyed the meaning. It just was not necessary to state it so clearly and directly. The father and son remained silent for a long time, occasionally clinking their glasses together. Finally, after they finished their drink, as Xiao Feng stood up to go back to sleep, Xiao Feng suddenly stopped. Dad, thank you. His father, Xiao Jiangguo, however, changed his expression. Instead of keeping the atmosphere so somber, he half-jokingly said, Why, thank me. This leg of mine is actually a good thing, because every time I secretly go for a foot massage, they give me half price. Come to think of it, I am actually making a profit. He is being frivolous again. Xiao Jiangguo deliberately used this frivolous answer to ease the previously tense atmosphere. But Xiao Feng silently planted a seed in his heart. The next day, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, after bidding farewell to his father and Aunt Bai, Xiao Feng also headed to Li Jinian's house. Before leaving, Xiao Feng specifically called Aunt Bai aside and gave her a few more instructions. Aunt Bai, please take good care of my dad for me. If anything happens, tell me anytime. Bai Yaji's gentle smile always radiated a hint of happiness. Do not worry, Xiao Feng. Your dad is younger than you think and in good spirits. No need to worry. And so half of the New Year holiday was basically over. For the remaining half, although he still had to go to Li Jinian's house, it would only be for 2 or 3 days at most. When he arrived at Li Jinian's house at 12 p.m., her family had also prepared a large spread of dishes, warmly welcoming their prospective son-in-law. Since Xiao Feng gave them 3 million yuan last time, Li Jinian's parents had now moved into a new house, which was also well renovated. And even more worth mentioning, of course, was Li Jinian's younger brother, Li Fei, brother-in-law. As soon as he entered, Li Fei's clear and loud brother-in-law almost turned into a hug for his brother-in-law. Because Li Fei's eyes were now better, and he no longer needed to rely on a wheelchair as before. He used to sit in a wheelchair because he could not see, but his legs were fine. And now his eyes had basically returned to normal vision, so naturally, he no longer needed to sit in a wheelchair. Li Fei's current state was undoubtedly due to his brother-in-law's help. Because of this, Li Fei was now like Xiao Feng's little fanboy. During dinner, Li Fei even expressed his desire to join his brother-in-law's company after the new year to help him and repay his kindness. It is true, brother-in-law. My eyes are fine now. Just let me work at your company. I do not need a salary. The money you gave me for my treatment, there are still hundreds of thousands left. These hundreds of thousands remaining are enough for me to spend even if I do not take a salary for 10 years. Li Fei also expressed his stance, perfectly willing to work for no salary, just wanting to work for his brother-in-law. Li Jinian, beside him, frowned and teased. Li Fei, with your education, do not go cause trouble at your brother-in-law's company. His company requires at least a prestigious university degree to get in. Let me put it this way. Even if I were to apply to your brother-in-law's current group, I might not even get in. I am not kidding at all. I am so bored staying at home doing nothing every day. Li Fei's self-recommendation had not even succeeded yet, but his sister Li Jinian had already poured cold water on him. And Li Jinian also took the opportunity to complain, saying she was almost going crazy staying at home every day and wanted something to do. People are like that even with endless money. If they have nothing to do every day, they will indeed feel very bored. Of course, Xiao Feng heard Li Jinian's words, just now loud and clear. At this moment, Li Jinian's entire family was sitting at the table eating. Who said you have nothing to do? Xiao Feng said casually, seemingly unfazed. You will have things to do after the new year, everything's arranged for you. Huh? Li Jinian suddenly became interested, looking quite excited. I have wanted to do something for a long time. What have you arranged for me? It is not a difficult job, just, I bought you 100 commercial storefronts, and you will be responsible for collecting rent from now on. After Xiao Feng mentioned the 100 commercial storefronts, Li Jinian's entire family was stunned. These were 100 commercial storefronts, which sounded even more outrageous than 100 apartments. Based on the current average housing prices in Jiangcheng City, 100 apartments would cost approximately 50 million, averaging 500,000 per apartment, and they would need to be in a relatively good location. However, for commercial storefronts, even with an average location, each would cost at least over 1 million on average. And that was indeed the case. Xiao Feng had just acquired 100 commercial storefronts before the new year. The total acquisition cost for these 100 commercial storefronts was 255 million. This was because some storefronts were several hundred square meters, some were in the city center, and some even had 2 floors. The cheapest was still 1 million per unit, while the most expensive was close to 10 million. When Xiaofeng announced that he had prepared 100 commercial storefronts for Li Jinian, silence immediately fell over the dinner table. Li Jinian's family, whether it was her father Lai Bowen, her mother Chen Shu, or Lai Fei, all had expressions of profound shock after hearing this. Although they did not know the exact price yet, a simple estimate would reveal that these 100 commercial storefronts were worth at least hundreds of millions. Yet, Xiaofeng directly stated that he had bought 100 commercial storefronts for Li Jinian, specifically for her to collect rent. It was too outrageous. Originally, Xiaofeng had intended to tell Li Jinian after the new year once they returned to Jiangcheng City, but today the conversation happened to lead to it. So Xiaofeng told Li Jinian about it in advance. You, what did you say? You bought 100 commercial storefronts. How much did that cost? Not much. Just about 250 million. Holy crap! Li Jinian also blurted out subconsciously, H.S.K. Xiaofeng deliberately put on an educational expression. A young lady should be more refined. Xiaofeng continued, did not you say you envied the life of collecting rent before? I guess this counts as finding something for you to do. The monthly rent from now on will be your spending money. Holy crap! Li Jinian again blurted out, subconsciously. It really was not Li Jinian's fault for being so surprised. If these 100 commercial storefronts averaged only 10,000 in rent per unit each month, then the monthly rent would still be 1 million. Moreover, how could the rent only be 1 million a month? Additionally, the commercial storefronts Xiaofeng acquired were originally a long-term investment, certainly not just for the immediate returns visible now. After Xiaofeng finished speaking, Li Jinian took a while to compose herself before speaking again. So, I will have a job after the new year. Of course, not only will you have a job, but I will also arrange a small team for you, no more than 5 people, specifically to help you handle the rent collection. You just need to count the money and be the team leader. Xiaofeng's job arrangement was simply a dream job, a divine one. All the collected rent would go to Li Jinian, making her salary directly millions per month. And then there would be a 5-person team specifically to help with rent collection and management, so Li Jinian would not have to worry at all. This way, Li Jinian would have both something to do and money to spend, which was simply wonderful. Within a few seconds, Li Jinian's happy smile became noticeably uncontrollable. Thank you, darling. That thank you, darling, was no longer just for her own thoughts. Meanwhile, the rest of Li Jinian's family was still immersed in shock. After all, Xiaofeng had just casually dealt out 100 commercial storefronts worth 250 million. Then, Xiaofeng, as a brother-in-law, continued to speak. Li Fei, as for you, your studies were significantly affected due to your eye condition. So, do not rush into anything now. What you need to do is focus on studying hard and catch up on your academics. I will arrange a good school for you, with the best teachers to help you make up for lost time. Once you have caught up, I will then send you to business school, where you can study diligently. Then, when you have achieved academic success, if you wish to join my company, I will naturally arrange a position for you. As a brother-in-law, Xiaofeng's arrangement was absolutely perfect and thoughtful. Li Fei was also full of confidence after hearing this. Okay, brother-in-law, I will listen to you. I will study hard first, and in the future, I will definitely join your company to work for you and repay you. Li Fei's first thought was always to repay Xiaofeng. Li Fei was very intelligent, and his thoughts were quite clear. He clearly understood that without Xiaofeng, his life would definitely be ruined. Therefore, he genuinely hoped to do something for his brother-in-law. What are you talking about? Xiaofeng said with a casual smile. We are all family. There is no need to talk about repayment. And just like that, Xiaofeng now held absolute authority in Li Jinian's home. The entire family listened to his arrangements, and this year's New Year was almost at its end. Xiaofeng first returned to his hometown, and then came to Li Jinian's home, having arranged both families very properly. As time sped up, in a blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day of the first lunar month. After leaving Li Jinian's home, Xiaofeng did not immediately return to Jiangcheng City. Instead, he took Li Jinian to travel around and have a good time. They climbed mountains, saw the sea, enjoyed the scenery, and beautifully savored the last bit of their holiday. It was not until February 9th, the 7th day of the first lunar month, that they finally returned to Zhangcheng City. The entire New Year holiday was essentially over, and employees who were on vacation had successively returned to Zhangcheng City. With the arrival of February 10th, the 8th day of the first lunar month, a new beginning for the year, all employees were back at their posts. Everyone was in high spirits, eagerly preparing for the year ahead, striving to bring higher profits to the company. A new year, a new start. Good luck with the start of work. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, Happy New Year. After exchanging New Year greetings, work officially began. Xiao Feng also issued new tasks and instructions to each department and team. Furthermore, he did indeed arrange a separate team for Li Jinian, consisting of only 5 people, specifically responsible for commercial storefront rent collection. It is worth mentioning that on the very first day of work, Aunt Zhang, who was at the annual meeting, was promoted and received a salary increase to become the cleaning supervisor, simply because she entered the company with her right foot first. As for Dahu's team, they continued to be responsible for acquiring commercial storefronts, just as they were before the new year. In short, whenever there was a suitable commercial storefront, they would negotiate, and if successful, they would acquire it. Anyway, at the current time, any acquired commercial storefronts would undoubtedly yield huge profits. They just needed to wait for appreciation and future demolition. As for Erhu's team, after they stopped acquiring Bitcoin, Xiao Feng started having them responsible for acquiring properties. Acquiring properties was not about buying them one by one if possible. They should acquire entire buildings. Because it was still the current time, properties would also appreciate by 100%, still yielding huge profits, regardless of the area or square footage, as long as the price was right. And Xiao Feng even gave an astonishing number: target 1,000 units. As for other departments, they continued to be responsible for liaising with all subsidiaries and various businesses, just as they were before the new year. The entire group began operating normally, including continued recruitment, widely seeking out talent, to build a solid foundation for Polaris to grow bigger and stronger. Of course, Polaris still lacked an executive president at the moment. However, there was still no rush. Xiao Feng was temporarily able to handle everything completely. And since today was February 10th, the 8th day of the first lunar month, and the start of work, it was not only the day work began, but also the day the market opened. As he recalled, today was a day of silver's surge, opening high and closing even higher, with a final single-day increase of 3.2%. A single-day increase of 3.2% was definitely a surge. Without a doubt, Xiao Feng's current capital of 528 million still followed his previous habit, directly going all in with 5x leverage, to earn the first bucket of gold of the new year. On the first day of the new year, Xiao Feng encountered a silver surge day with a single-day increase of 3.2%, allowing silver to reach a new high once again. Such surge days are rare and highly sought after. Xiao Feng also seized the opportunity, using 528 million in funds, leveraging a 5x multiplier, and going all in, ultimately achieving a single-day profit of 84 million. This was also Xiao Feng's highest single-day profit since he started investing in silver. The 528 million in funds jumped to 612 million. It is worth noting that Xiao Feng started with only 100 million in capital, and it is now 6 times that amount. Moreover, starting this month, silver will repeatedly hit new highs until it reaches its peak on April 25th, after which it will decline all the way. So there are still more than 2 months of an upward trend ahead, during which there will be multiple surges. With perfect operation, turning the current 612 million into 1.6 billion will be effortless. With today's 84 million profit, this is undoubtedly a great start to the new year. What is even more noteworthy today is that Bitcoin has also been on the rise during this period after the new year. On February 10th, Bitcoin even broke the 5 per coin mark, equivalent to 32 yuan per coin. Undoubtedly, Bitcoin once again set a new high, and this was the average market price without any additional markup. This price immediately attracted a lot of attention, and discussions about Bitcoin on the internet grew. Bitcoin gradually appeared in the public's view more often. The most discussed topic online was undoubtedly the incredible price of Bitcoin, because initially, even in China, No one wanted it for even 10 cents. But now it has risen to 32 yuan per coin. Even some official media outlets began reporting such news. Below the news, some netizens even started expressing regret. After finishing his work today, Xiao Feng, having nothing to do, also kept a close eye on all domestic news reports about Bitcoin. The hottest topic was the news item below, and Xiao Feng also clicked in to check out the comment section. Shocking, virtual currency Bitcoin appreciated from 1 yuan per coin to 32 yuan per coin in half a year. All news headlines seemed to require the word shocking, which was quite in line with the current news style. And the comment section below was even more interesting. Xiao Feng kept scrolling through the comment section, checking out the highly liked comments. These comments became more and more interesting the more he read. Geese, is not this just a virtual currency? Is not it just code? How can it be worth 32 yuan per coin? 32 yuan per coin is not the point. The point is, it was only 1 yuan per coin last summer, multiplying by 32 times in half a year. No, I knew about Bitcoin when it first came out. It was actually only 10 cents per coin at its earliest. I checked. This virtual currency was cheapest at 5 fen per coin when it first came out, which is 0.005 yuan per coin. Oh my goodness, let us not talk long-term. If last summer when it was 1 yuan per coin, I spent 1,000 yuan to buy 1,000 coins, would not it be worth 32,000 now? Sigh, if only I had known Bitcoin could rise to such a high price, I would have bought 10,000 coins last summer. If I sold them now, I would immediately have 320,000. Id name, Ming Che, stop bragging upstairs. You buying 10,000 coins. Can you even come up with 10,000 yuan? And could you really hold on until it appreciated to 320,000 before selling? You are all just Monday morning quarterbacks. In the comment section, everyone was originally discussing normally, when suddenly a rebuttal comment appeared. As if it had hit the nail on the head. This comment also received many likes, because what it said was indeed very reasonable. But the original poster who had said they would have bought 10,000 bitcoins if they had known earlier was certainly unhappy, as being rebutted felt very uncomfortable. And the original poster's name was also very unique. Their ID was Baba. Original poster, Baba. What do you mean I am a Monday morning quarterback? How can I not come up with 10,000 yuan? I just did not encounter this opportunity at the time. What are you trying to show off? The thread began. Miming shehehe. But I think you are a Monday morning quarterback and can't come up with 10,000 yuan. Not to mention anything else, just your lousy screen name Baba shows that you are likely not doing well in real life, so you use a name online to take advantage of others. Miming Che. Let me put it another way. Never mind if you can come up with 10,000 yuan. You can surely come up with 320 yuan right now, can't you? Minging Che. Suppose I tell you now that Bitcoin will rise to 10,000 yuan per coin in the future, and your 320 yuan can now buy 10 coins, which would later be worth 100,000 yuan. Would you buy it then? For a moment, Xiao Feng felt excited watching this comment section. The netizen named Ming Che had clear thinking and hit the nail on the head, leaving the netizen named Ba utterly speechless. Especially the example Ming Che gave. Suppose I tell you now that Bitcoin will rise to 10,000 yuan per coin in the future, would you buy it now? This was the best retort to a Monday morning quarterback. Baba, I am laughing. You call yourself Ming Che. I think you are Hunzhou Muddy, with mush for brains, right? Bitcoin at 10,000 per coin in the future. Why do not you say 100,000 per coin? At this price of 32 yuan per coin now, only a fool would buy. Minging Che. First of all, I'm not sure if this thing will continue to appreciate in value in the future. I was just giving you an example. Suppose I tell you now that Bitcoin will rise to 10,000 yuan per coin in the future. You would not believe me, and you would not buy it either, because you would not be willing to spend 320 yuan to buy 10 coins. You would not want to bear the risk of these 320 yuan. Ming Che. But if Bitcoin really does rise to 10,000 yuan per coin in the future, you will definitely be in the comment section again saying you would have bought 100 coins back when it was 32 yuan per coin. Miming Che, in other words, even if you bought Bitcoin when it was 1 yuan per coin, with your foresight and understanding, you probably would have sold it when it reached 3 yuan per coin and would not have held on until it reached 32 yuan per coin now. The netizen named Ming Che's rebuttal was remarkably clear. And it was, at this moment, a familiar ID username popped up, and with his avatar, Xiao Feng somehow felt like he had seen it somewhere before. See through everything. Stop yelling, you are collateral damaging me. Actually, last summer, I had 3 Bitcoins in my possession. At that time, someone in the group was collecting them, offering 1 yuan per coin. Originally, I did not want to sell, thinking 3 yuan was not worth the trouble. But I was really broke then. So hungry, I wanted to eat instant noodles. It turned out that the person collecting the coins said they would give me 4 yuan, and I could have a delicious bowl of instant noodles. And that person was quite generous, even adding 1 more yuan, giving me a total of 5 yuan, and told me to add a braised egg. Would not that be wonderful? I was sitting in the internet cafe then, eating instant noodles with a braised egg, and I was quite grateful to that person in my heart. Thinking about it now, that damned guy, if he had not added those 2 yuan, I would not have sold them. Otherwise, my 3 Bitcoins would now be worth 66 yuan. If I added another 22 yuan, I could buy a 180-day Barrett in the CF game. Upon seeing this comment, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the damned guy that netizen was talking about was himself. Miming Che. You actually do not need to feel bad, because even if the person collecting the coins had not bought them for 5 yuan, then you would have already sold them when they rose to 3 yuan per coin. Another direct hit. And at this moment, the original poster Baba could no longer stand it. Baba Ming Che. Nobody, what are you trying to pretend to be? Acting like you're so insightful. Even if I can't come up with 10,000 yuan, can you, if you are really capable? Tell us what kind of job you have, how much savings, prove it. Baba's counterattack this time still had some effect. Indeed, what is the point of saying so much? How much money do you have? Facing Baba's inquiry, Ming Che, after a few seconds, also provided a reply in the comment section. Miming Che, currently unemployed, 20 million in debt. Baba, ha ha ha. After all that pretending, it turns out you are the most miserable one. Originally, it was just a trending news story, but the comment section below was unusually lively. As soon as the netizen named Ming Che revealed his debt situation, it immediately drew ridicule. Many netizens in the comment section immediately looked disdainful. Overlord. I am dying of laughter, pretending to be a successful person here for half a day, only to find out he not only has no job, but also owes 20 million. It is indeed a bit funny. Haha. I also thought this Ming Che person was a successful individual earlier and genuinely felt what he said made sense. But who knew? He is actually worse off than ordinary people. He is more than just worse off than ordinary people. This 20 million is enough for him to repay for 10 lifetimes. 10 lifetimes might not even be enough. He might just jump off a building one day. When Ming previously retorted Overlord's comment, stating that the vast majority of people were backseat drivers, he inadvertently offended many netizens in the comment section. And now, these netizens in the comment section, as if seizing an opportunity, were frantically mocking and taunting him. But only Xiao Feng understood what it meant for someone to owe a debt of 20 million. The fact that he could owe 20 million meant that he also had the ability to earn 20 million otherwise. An ordinary person would not have the capability to owe that much money at all. However, Xiao Feng was momentarily puzzled as he could sense from Ming Che's previous replies that he was a very smart person. For such an intelligent person to owe 20 million, there must be a reason, most likely failed investment or entrepreneurship. As Xiao Feng looked at the name Ming Che, it reminded him of another person in his previous life known as the Emperor of Employees, Su Mingji. But these two should not be closely related. After all, in his memory, the person named Su Mingche managed a $1 trillion group and was the president of a $1 trillion conglomerate, with an annual salary plus bonuses exceeding 1 billion. And the Mingch online at this moment ultimately only owed 20 million. The two were simply not in the same league. Meanwhile, facing the collective backlash from netizens, Ming Chi merely casually dropped his final remark. Ming Che, you are right to scold me. I am indeed miserable. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Owing 20 million while working for someone else is indeed a joke. Ming-Chi dropped this last sentence and never gave any further replies in the comment section. His last remark left netizens completely baffled. What does that mean? What does it mean to owe over 20 million while working for someone else? Exactly. Did not he just say he did not have a job? Even if he really owed 20 million, he must have lost it through entrepreneurship, right? I do not understand either. This guy's implying that he not only did not get paid while working at a company, but ended up owing 20 million. Ha ha ha. Are these still the words I know? Probably just big talk. Netizens joked for a few sentences, then continued to discuss Bitcoin. They still expressed, "It is too late to regret. If only they had known, they would have bought it when it was 1 yuan per coin." However, Xiaofeng looked at Ming-Chi's last comment reply and seemed to realize something. Xiaofeng already had a slight suspicion just now, compounded by this person's online name. And now, upon seeing Ming-Chi say that the 20 million debt was incurred through employment, Xiaofeng seemed even more convinced of his guess. Because if it was incurred through employment, then there was only one possibility. His position in the original group was very high. Moreover, he said, working for someone, not partnering. To owe 20 million purely based on a position, there is only one possibility. He must be an emperor of employees. For example, at a presidential level or CEO. Positions of this caliber often involve signing a joint and several liability agreement. After all, holding extremely high salaries and supreme power inevitably means signing such a guarantee. Otherwise, if one day they act rashly and cause the company to lose tens or hundreds of millions, it would be quite normal. Therefore, presidents in large groups often sign such guarantees, bearing joint and several liability if something goes wrong. Only for this reason would it be possible to say that one accumulated a 20 million debt while working for someone else. But at this moment, none of this matters. What matters is, who is he? From his previous words, Xiaofeng could already determine that this was absolutely a talented individual. Especially his logical thinking, his ability to say that Bitcoin could potentially rise to 10,000 yuan per coin in the future, proved he had a certain foresight. Even if he spoke hypothetically, at least he truly dared to think and speak. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng immediately clicked on the other party's homepage and sent a private message. Young Master Xiao, brother, just now in the comment section, I saw you say that Bitcoin might rise to 10,000 yuan per coin in the future. Could we chat? Xiaofeng did not immediately reveal his identity, but probed first, like a regular netizen. A few seconds later, Ming-Chi, I was joking, brother. Nobody can say for sure about this. I was just giving an example earlier, but it is only 32 yuan per coin right now anyway. So if you want to buy it, you won't lose much. Ming-Chi, after all, virtual currency might very well become the designated currency for certain special transactions in the future. If that is the case, then it is not a fantasy for it to rise to 10,000 per coin. Still hitting the nail on the head. This further piqued Xiaofeng's interest, and he continued to probe. Young Master Xiao, that makes sense. By the way, I heard in the comments section just now that you owe 20 million from working. Could you explain why? Because I am currently the president of a group, also considered a high-level employee, and I would like to learn from your experience to avoid pitfalls. Although Xiaofeng did not explicitly reveal his full identity, he still had to present himself with a respectable status. Xiaofeng intentionally stated that he was also a president-level employee, which could immediately bridge the gap between them. Moreover, if he did not present a respectable identity, the other party would probably be too lazy to reply. Ming-Chi. Oh, so you are also a president. No wonder you are so curious. Since we are in the same field, meeting is destiny. There are a few things I must remind you of. You must always remember that, although you are the president, you are ultimately not the top leader of the group and need to choose a side. I was previously the group's vice president, considered to have overshadowed the master, and my prestige was very high. But I did not expect the chairman to be very narrow-minded, willing to let the company's interests suffer just to kick me out. You should not be surprised by this. Sometimes, even if the chairman is both a shareholder and the boss, he fears his position being affected, even at the cost of sacrificing interests. Because in this industry, leaders often prefer their trusted confidants over capable individuals, and my position was replaced by the chairman's crony. Willing to let the group's interests suffer, quite surprising, right? But this is the reality. To give you an example, why did ancient emperors, knowing that there were treacherous officials around them, often prefer these treacherous officials over loyal ones? Of course, the main reason is that the chairman of the group I was in only held 20% of the shares. If he had absolute controlling power, the outcome might not have been what it is now. As for why I ultimately owed 20 million, it is because of my special position at the time I had signed an unlimited joint and several liability guarantee. Although I knew this was a form of corporate assassination by the chairman, activating the guarantor compensation mechanism, everyone in the company was the chairman's person, leaving me unable to defend myself. So, brother, if you are also a president and the group's shares are held by multiple parties simultaneously, then I advise you to definitely choose a side and choose the right side. Of course, if the group's owner has absolute controlling power individually, then disregard what I have said. As Ming-Chi's private messages came in one after another, he clarified the whole story, and also, out of goodwill, gave Xiao Feng some valuable advice. After listening, Xiao Feng felt a subtle excitement within him. This excitement was because Xiao Feng felt as if he had finally found the right candidate. The other party was indeed a top talent, and at a presidential level. He was ousted because he was upright, exceptionally capable, and overshadowed his superior. The core reason for overshadowing the master was primarily because the chairman did not hold 51% of the shares. The group was under multi-party control, also known as relative control. In such a situation, if a president is exceptionally capable, overshadows the master, but is not the chairman's confidant, then the chairman would indeed conspire with others to remove him and replace him with his own trusted associate. This kind of corporate assassination indeed exists. The reason Xiao Feng felt a subtle excitement after hearing this was because, having experienced such a dark period, the other party would surely have grown much more than before. In other words, this person in front of him, possessing both ability and extensive experience, was perfectly capable of filling the position of president. Was not this precisely the candidate Xiao Feng had always been looking for? And Xiao Feng also asked the question he most wanted to ask. Xiao Feng, brother, thank you for sharing. We are friends now. My name is Xiao Feng. What is yours? Ming Che, Xiao Feng. Your name is the same as President Xiao of Polaris Group. Quite a coincidence. My name is Su Ming Che. When Xiao Feng saw the reply sent by the other party, it was both a pleasant surprise and full of doubt. The pleasant surprise was because the other party was precisely Su Ming Che, the person in Xiao Feng's memory. This Su Ming Che was absolutely a talent among talents. His ability could easily manage a trillion-dollar market value group. In his previous life, Xiao Feng had seen this president of a trillion-dollar group on the news more than once. He just had not expected that Su Ming Che at this moment had actually gone through these things. What surprised Xiao Feng even more was that he had just stepped down from the position of vice president and was currently free. For Xiao Feng, this was simply a pleasant surprise, much smoother than poaching a president from elsewhere. What surprised Xiao Feng even more was that when Su Ming Che learned Xiao Feng's name, he actually said the name was the same as President Xiao of Polaris Group. From this, it could be known that Su Ming Che must have known about Polaris and understood Polaris. And if he had understood Polaris, then it became even more interesting. Of course, the current Su Ming Che still did not know that Xiao Feng was precisely President Xiao of Polaris. He thought it was just a coincidence of names. After seeing Su Ming Che's reply, Xiao Feng first suppressed his inner excitement and continued to probe. Young Master Xiao, from what you're saying, you also know President Xiao of Polaris. Ming Che, that is right, I know him. But he does not know me, because I have recently been considering joining a new company, so I did some market research. I found that Polaris Group, whether in its model or development prospects, is quite good. While doing market research, I naturally learned the name of their group's boss. It is precisely because of this that when you said your name was Xiao Feng just now, I thought it was quite a coincidence. I did not expect you to have the same name as President Xiao. Until this moment, Su Ming Che still only thought the other party just had the same name as Xiao Feng. But this was also normal after all. Xiao Feng had never revealed any other information. Moreover, under normal circumstances, how could there be such a coincidence? Su Mingche naturally did not think further, assuming it was just a name clash. When he saw Su Mingche's reply again, Xiao Feng suddenly realized Su Mingche, being recently unemployed, had been looking for a suitable group to join. Although Polaris had only been established for half a year, it had recently been constantly appearing in the public eye and was also recruiting a president externally, which naturally attracted the attention of people like Su Mingche. Young Master Xiao, from what you're saying, you have thoughts about Polaris. Su Mingche, that is natural. Although Polaris is a newly established group, it managed to reach a valuation of tens of billions in just half a year. This President Xiao is definitely not an ordinary person. It is just that, although I want to go, I'm afraid my qualifications are not enough. After all, that is a tens of billions group, and the group I was previously with was only a 1 billion group, and I was only a vice president. So, whether in terms of qualifications or ability, I am very capable of being competent. Moreover, it is not that I do not want to, but it is possible that the other party won't even give me a chance to demonstrate my abilities. Su Mingche's worries were completely unnecessary, because at this moment, he might not even know how strong his abilities were. But Xiao Feng knew that his ability ceiling was very high, especially after experiencing another business assassination and being kicked out. Such experiences also prompted his growth. So at this time, Su Mingche was an enhanced version compared to before. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng no longer played coy. Young Master Xiao, I think with your abilities you are perfectly capable of being the president of Polaris Group. Mingchi, thanks buddy, you are flattering me too much, but I know my own capabilities very well. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, I just heard you say you are also a president. Which group are you employed by? Young Master Xiao, Polaris Group in Zhangzhen City. As Xiao Feng's message was sent back, Su Mingche finally reacted. It was not that he was slow to react earlier, but that Xiao Feng had not revealed anything at all. The main reason was that he really had not expected that the netizen he casually chatted with online was actually Xiao Feng of Polaris. Mingche, are you really President Xiao of Polaris? Xiao Feng did not say much, just sent his phone number over. Soon the two connected on a call and arranged an interview time. Even though Xiao Feng had already selected Su Mingche to be the president, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Su Mingche was currently in Modu. After hanging up the phone, he immediately bought the next available flight, stating he would arrive at Polaris for the interview promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It was clear from this that Su Mingche also highly valued this precious interview opportunity. After all, this was Polaris, valued at tens of billions. If he could become the president of Polaris, his status in the circle would be equivalent to climbing another step. And Xiao Feng was also looking forward to tomorrow's interview and had already thought about the salary and benefits, as well as a joining gift. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng once again scrolled through the trending news he had just seen. In the comment section, the general comments were almost the same as before. Netizens' general sentiment was similar. If I had known it would be 32 yuan per coin now, I would have borrowed money to buy it back then. In any case, most comments in the section expressed regret, and when someone asked if it was worth buying at 32 yuan per coin now, many people offered opposing opinions. This price is too high, it will eventually fall. It is the internet, free speech. Say whatever you want. But only Xiao Feng knew how outrageous the price of Bitcoin would be next. But the most outrageous thing was actually now. Although it was 32 yuan per coin now, its appreciation rate was 5 times faster than expected. Because in his previous life's memory, Xiao Feng clearly remembered that when the new year began on February 10th, Bitcoin also made headlines. However, the news headline at that time was that Bitcoin was worth $1 per coin. But now, the price was 5 times that of his previous life. According to this trend, Bitcoin would have at least 2 to 3 more surge points. If these 2 to 3 surge points were all the same, then the price might also reach 5 times the values of those previous nodes. In his previous life in 2011, Bitcoin had 3 important milestones. The first time, it reached $1, which was 6.5 yuan. The second time, it reached 57 yuan. The third time, it reached 206 yuan. Of these three milestones, the first one has already changed from the original 6.5 yuan to 32 yuan. So, for the subsequent two milestones, how much they could rise, even Xiao Feng could no longer estimate. Xiao Feng could only be certain of one thing. Bitcoin's price would experience a surge even faster and would appreciate to new heights earlier. And the current price of 32 yuan was merely the beginning of the new year, about to soar. Polaris Group. Hello, President Xiao. The person who arrived was Su Mingche, 30 years old this year. He had a cold and handsome face, a tall and straight figure, and a broad frame, naturally exuding a sense of pressure. Just this appearance greatly satisfied Xiao Feng. Because for a large group like Polaris, the president is essentially the second in command. So both image and authority are necessary. However, despite the sense of pressure, his face was gentle, without a trace of aggression, and even carried a hint of the brokenness of a fallen noble. That is right. He had just experienced a major setback in life and was still carrying 20 million yuan in debt. As the two officially met, Xiao Feng did not beat around the bush, skipping some basic interview questions and going straight to discussing money. What are your salary requirements? Feel free to speak boldly. Su Mingche showed a hint of hesitation. President Xiao, you know my situation. Although I am very short on money right now, my abilities are still somewhat lacking. If you truly trust me and let me take on the position of president, my personal expectation is a monthly salary of 150,000 yuan, with an annual salary of no less than 2 million yuan. Of course, President Xiao, my probation period is 3 months. If President Xiao is not satisfied with my abilities or work within my probation period, you can dismiss me immediately without paying me any salary or compensation. The salary Su Mingche proposed was indeed not high, just the typical salary for a vice president in a 1 billion yuan group, as he had no additional demands like dividends. A monthly salary of 150,000 yuan. An annual salary of no less than 2 million yuan. Managing a group valued at tens of billions, Xiao Feng naturally could not agree to such a salary. No, Xiao Feng decisively raised his hand to refuse. Seeing Xiao Feng's gesture, Su Mingche hesitated for a moment, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. All right, President. Xiao, I understand. Su Mingche already believed his interview had failed. Furthermore, Su Mingche had no intention of continuing to contend for the position, because if he could not even get a monthly salary of 150,000 yuan, there was no need for him to stay at Polaris. After all, with his abilities, he could indeed find a job with a monthly salary of over 200,000 yuan. The reason he only asked for 150,000 yuan at Polaris was because he was very optimistic about Polaris's development. But if they could not even give him 150,000 yuan a month, then he really would not consider it, because his situation would not allow it. He was carrying 20 million yuan in debt. Su Mingche finished speaking, nodded politely, and was about to get up and leave. However, the next second, Xiao Feng spoke. A monthly salary of 150,000 yuan is too little. As the president of Polaris, you are essentially the face of Polaris. If the monthly salary is only 150,000 yuan, it is a slap in Polaris's face. Moreover, if the group needs to interface with other groups, and it must be a presidential-level figure, a president with a monthly salary of 150,000 yuan would find it difficult to gain the other party's trust. In other words, if your salary is too low, the other party will inevitably consider whether you have the authority to make decisions when dealing with you. You would not be unfamiliar with these business principles, would you? So, regarding salary, I will give you a basic monthly salary of 1 million yuan, not including project dividends and year-end bonuses. If the projects are done well, and with year-end bonuses, I guarantee you can pay off your debts within 1 year. When Xiao Feng stated the salary package, Su Mingche froze in place, completely unable to believe his ears. Originally, when he heard his 150,000 yuan salary offer was rejected, he thought Xiao Feng looked down on him and did not think he was worth that much. But what he never expected was that the reason for the rejection was actually because the salary he proposed was too low. As Xiao Feng said, as the president of a multi-billion yuan group, if the salary is too low, then if there is a need for a presidential-level business liaison, the other party would indeed doubt the president's ability and authority to make decisions. thus no longer considering cooperation. After all, the president is the group's second-in-command. And if the second-in-command's salary is too low, the other party will perceive them as just a figurehead. Sending a figurehead to discuss cooperation is equivalent to disrespecting the collaboration, is not it? It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Feng directly offered a monthly salary of 1 million yuan. Besides, Su Mingche was absolutely worth that much money. In his final sentence, Xiao Feng even stated that he could repay his debts within a year. This statement meant, in essence, telling Su Mingche that his annual salary would not be less than 20 million yuan. For a moment, facing such a salary package, Su Mingche felt as if he were dreaming. President Xiao, are you serious? A monthly salary of 1 million yuan. Xiao Feng raised his hand again, signaling, no need for further words. Do not use those you doubt, and do not doubt those you use. Since I have chosen you to be president, I naturally trust your abilities, and there is no such thing as a 3-month probation period. Oh, and take this card. It is an advance for 3 months of salary for emergencies. 3 months' salary meant there was 3 million yuan inside. Well, immediately after a successful interview, 3 million yuan was given up front. Only Xiao Feng would do something like this. The reason Xiao Feng immediately gave 3 million yuan was also because Su Mingche was 20 million yuan in debt and currently had no money at all. Xiao Feng was essentially providing him with emergency relief. At this moment, it was like reporting the king's golden platform's intention, raising the jade dragon to die for the king. Su Mingche tried to regulate his breathing. President Xiao, I won't say any unnecessary words. I will definitely prove my worth to you. Just like that, Su Mingche officially became the current president of Polaris, the group's second-in-command. From today onwards, Polaris Group officially had a president with a monthly salary of 1 million yuan and an employee level of T15. With Su Mingche as president, Xiao Feng could also relax a lot more. After this, Xiao Feng only needed to provide a plan or a direction, and the rest could be left to President Su Mingche to execute. This way, Xiao Feng could free up more leisure time and energy to pursue other things. As time accelerated, since Su Mingche joined, his abilities indeed proved to be outstanding, seamlessly connecting all departments of the group. He personally handled all the major business liaisons for the group. Su Mingche's abilities were absolutely unquestionable. His previous role as vice president in other groups was only because the president's position was occupied by someone with connections. So with his abilities, he was inherently a very capable president. He just had not encountered a good group or taken a side before. But at Polaris, it was different. The only thing Su Mingche had to do was manage the group well. As for Xiao Feng, although he had freed up energy, he was not idle either. Because this month was February, and February was a super bull market for silver. Throughout the entire month of February, silver's increase was nearly 20%. What does this mean? If one were to buy silver with 1 million yuan at the beginning of the month, without any operations, it would turn into 1.2 million yuan by the end of the month. In other words, one could steadily receive 200,000 yuan in profit in a month, and this was without any active trading. Silver went crazy. In just 10 days, Xiao Feng's silver assets increased from 612 million yuan to 715 million yuan. And today, February 21st, was an even newer silver milestone. Because today, silver would surge to its highest in 31 years, from an opening price of 6.84 yuan per gram to a closing price of 7.17 yuan, with a single-day increase of up to 3.9%. As a result, without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng's 715 million yuan in funds, as per his previous habit, with 5x leverage, went all in, ultimately, with 715 million yuan in funds and 5x leverage. At closing, Xiao Feng's single-day profit reached 139 million yuan. Silver assets also increased from 715 million yuan to 854 million yuan. Silver reached a new high in nearly 31 years. Xiao Feng also created his own historical high. Daily earnings surpassed 100 million yuan. However, silver's insane rise was expected, but Bitcoin's insane surge was far beyond expectations. Bitcoin saw an unexpected surge ahead of schedule. On February 21st, not only did silver hit a 31-year high, but Bitcoin also reached a price previously unimaginable. The current price of Bitcoin exceeded 100 yuan per coin. From the last price of 32 yuan per coin to today, only 11 days had passed. In 11 days, it tripled again. Although Bitcoin would rise to 700,000 yuan per coin more than a decade later, the current price of 100 yuan per coin still surpassed the understanding of most people. After all, most people, upon learning about it, found that this thing was just a string of code. Such coded virtual currency was completely replicable. You could have as much as you wanted. For example, by creating other virtual coins, Wangcoin, Licoin, Zhangcoin. As a result, in everyone's perception, Bitcoin was not an irreplaceable item. Therefore, many people could not fully comprehend the current price. But since it was worth that much money, it proved that it had gained recognition in the market. Online discussions surged once again. The current popularity of Bitcoin was growing ever higher. A simple search would bring up a pile of news about Bitcoin. However, most news outlets or media, when reporting, would express their own views and opinions. Most stated Bitcoin would crash sooner or later. Precisely because of these views, even though Bitcoin had been appreciating, ordinary people rarely chose to purchase it. At most, they would discuss the topic, debating when it would crash. And Xiao Feng, looking at the current breakthrough of 100 yuan per coin, felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Amidst the ecstasy, he also realized that the development speed was simply too fast, far exceeding his expectations. According to his memories from his previous life, at this current time, Bitcoin would have been at most 15 yuan per coin. But now, it had already reached 100 yuan per coin. The most crucial point was that the true peak of Bitcoin's wild surge had not yet arrived. The real beginning of Bitcoin's surge was after the launch of Silk Road, which only accepted Bitcoin transactions, thus ushering in its true peak. It was from then on that it immediately attracted a frenzied influx of global geeks and speculators, then soaring sky high. Therefore, even though it was currently valued at 100 yuan per coin, it was still just the beginning of its surge. However, the speed of this surge was unbelievably fast, as if an accelerator button had been pressed. But no matter how fast it accelerated, Xiao Feng's reserve of 1 million coins was already complete. Regardless of whether it rose or fell, Xiao Feng had no intention of selling amid any fluctuations. He would just hold on tight. And Xiao Feng's current 1 million Bitcoin, at the current price of 100 yuan per coin, if all were sold, would be worth exactly 100 million yuan. Xiao Feng's total cost for all his Bitcoin combined was only 10 million yuan now. The equivalent return had already reached 1,000%. Just this Bitcoin investment alone, even if sold immediately, would be a massive profit. Of course, not a single one would be sold. Now the price changed daily, rising every day. He just had to wait. As time flashed by, March 1st, Xiao Feng's Mizhou Group, in which he held a 51% stake, also ushered in a major boom, with phone pre-orders and sales exceeding 500,000 units. Whether online or offline, factories were bustling with activity, and Mizhou Group officially entered its own era, attracting countless capital inflows. After concluding its series of funding, Mizhou Group then initiated Series B funding, one round after another. Funding was inevitable, but now there was no need to seek it out. All of it proactively came knocking. Although Xiao Feng held a 51% stake, he also needed to participate in each round of funding to always ensure his share remained at 51%. As long as he held 51% of the shares, he would forever be the absolute boss of Mizhou Group, possessing absolute power. Of course, regarding Mizhou Group's future direction and development, Xiao Feng still delegated as much authority as possible to CEO Lei, encouraging him to act boldly. Following Mizhou Group's explosion after completing its second round of funding, its valuation had reached between 5 billion and 7 billion yuan. Mizhou's current development and valuation had accelerated its original progress. Because in his previous life, Mizhou Group only achieved its current accomplishments by the end of 2011, whereas now it was only the beginning of the year. In short, any industry or technology investment Xiao Feng touched seemed to have hit an accelerator button. Not only Mizhou Group, but also Ning Chuangshide continued to achieve technological breakthroughs and innovations. Up to now, it already possessed mature lithium battery manufacturing technology. Once this technology was in place, attracting subsequent investments would be very easy. Additionally, the Shansong Daojia app continued to expand its market, already beginning to push it nationwide, especially with many capital players now entering the market. Even if Xiaofeng did not have to worry, capital would help boost it after all. Many investors had already entered through funding rounds. Once funded, they would inevitably start burning cash. And once cash was being burned, there was no turning back. But this was good for Xiaofeng. The more capital that entered, the greater the escort and protection. In summary, everything was developing in a positive direction. Currently, the total valuation of Polaris, roughly estimated, had surpassed 20 billion yuan. Coupled with CEO Su Mingche helping to manage the group, Xiaofeng now truly seemed to be making money while lying down, his assets passively growing more and more, especially this Bitcoin. When the time reached March 10th, exactly 1 month had passed since Bitcoin's last surge to 32 yuan. During this month, Bitcoin also ushered in its second surge. The last time it rose from 32 yuan to 100 yuan, taking only 10 days. And this time, after another 20 days, it rose from 100 yuan to today's 328 yuan per coin. It once again became a global news hotspot. The reason it was a global news hotspot was because today's price exactly corresponded to $50 per coin. A month ago, 1 Bitcoin was $5, and after this month, it became $50. Because of this, it directly topped global trending lists, with major media outlets rushing to report on it. Overnight, Bitcoin's popularity reached an unprecedented high. Almost 50% of netizens now knew about the existence of Bitcoin. Previously, most people were, after all, unaware of Bitcoin. But now, among every 100 netizens online, at least 50 knew about it. Precisely because of this, Bitcoin officially triggered a frenzied influx of speculators. Of course, at this moment, not only speculators, but also market makers, whales, and retail investors had started. The reason for Bitcoin's surge was also, as Xiaofeng remembered, after the launch of Silk Road, it only accepted Bitcoin for transactions. And it also allowed anonymous payments, forming a closed-loop essential demand. Now there was an exchange and a complete payment system, allowing people to buy and spend. Once this transaction rule was introduced, there was no doubt that Bitcoin completely soared. It preemptively surged to the current price of 328 yuan. For a time, global media outlets rushed to report. Domestic media was no different, with all sorts of news about Bitcoin flying everywhere. In the comment sections of all trending news, netizens were also making various comments. Interestingly, countless netizens once again started with familiar comments. The top comment: "If only I had known last time when it was 32 yuan per coin, I would have bought more. I am dying of regret." The current Bitcoin price can indeed be called a surge. From less than 1 yuan per coin in July last year to 328 yuan per coin now, no investment can compare with Bitcoin. It is precisely because Bitcoin's price has risen so outrageously, coupled with the fact that it is just a virtual currency, that it has been reported by so many media outlets. Because even now, most people still think this thing is unreliable. But in the eyes of speculators, they have already seen new business opportunities. As long as speculators see business opportunities, their funds pour in, and then the price of Bitcoin will naturally rise. If one day even ordinary people feel this thing has its value, then its price will be completely unpredictable. But even now, it has reached 328 yuan per coin, refreshing people's upper limit of understanding of virtual currency. In the comment section, another group of people were slapping their thighs, their insides churning with regret. Xiaofeng, as a big player with a storage of 1 million bitcoins, naturally pays close attention to such news whenever Bitcoin surges. So he clicked on the hottest news again, looking at the comments with a gossipy expression. "I regret it so much. I really regret it. Last month I saw the news, and it was only 32 yuan per coin. I wanted to buy 100 at the time, but I hesitated. Do not even mention it. Me too. I wanted to buy 1,000 at the time, but I was delayed by something." Exactly. I was also delayed by something. Otherwise, I would have bought 10,000. If I had bought 10,000 at that time, it would have only cost 320,000 yuan. And now, it would be worth 3.28 million yuan. I would have achieved financial freedom directly. Sigh, I mainly just did not expect it to increase tenfold in just 1 month. Otherwise, I would have sold my house and bought 100,000 coins. All right. This comment section is getting more and more outrageous. Even people talking about 100,000 coins are jumping out. Why do not you say you plan to buy 1 million coins? 1 million coins is already outrageous, let alone 1 million. If someone could really buy 1 million coins, they would definitely be a time traveler or a reincarnator. All right, stop talking nonsense. There is no use regretting now. It is already 328 yuan per coin. Yeah, it is estimated that 328 yuan per coin is already the peak. If you enter now, you are purely a fool. Anyway, I am saying this now. If Bitcoin can drop back to 32 yuan per coin, I will definitely buy 100 coins. SK. Do you even need to say it? If it goes back to 32 yuan per coin, I will buy 1,000 coins. I will buy 10,000 coins. In the comment section, these netizens started with all sorts of hindsight wisdom again, some even bragging beforehand, stating that if it falls back to 32 yuan, they would definitely buy 10,000 coins. But in reality, if it really fell back to 32 yuan, most netizens would only be spouting hot air, and by then they would certainly say it still had to fall further and continue to wait and see. This is the internet. Anyway, talking does not require responsibility. What Xiaofeng liked most was watching this kind of comment section, and sometimes he would even follow the commenter. Because after following when Bitcoin surged again next time, he could see what the other person said. For example, last time's Baba Xiaofeng also left him a follow. After clicking on his homepage at this moment, all of Baba's historical comments could be seen. As Xiaofeng clicked it open with curiosity. Sure enough, this netizen named Baba was currently commenting frantically under several other trending news articles. Baba, no way. It is already 328 yuan per coin so quickly. Is not this Bitcoin rising too fast? If I had known earlier, I would have bought more last month. Baba, I really did not expect the price to be so high now. I really regret it so much. Baba, I originally planned to buy 10,000 last month. I regret it to death. Clearly, this netizen named Baba started with hindsight wisdom again, and even bragged. He also gave similar comments under multiple trending topics. Almost all of them expressed how much they regretted it. And since Xiaofeng could see his comments, he could directly enter the trending topic by following the comments. Xiaofeng also immediately clicked on the comment and replied to Baba. Young Master Xiao, it is not too late to buy now. It will continue to rise later. Xiaofeng replied this way on purpose, also knowing that Baba would most likely not listen. A few seconds later, Baba sent a reply. Baba, you do not know Jack. Baba, the reason I regret is because originally I could have bought it at 32 yuan and then sold it at 328 yuan. But now you want me to buy it at 328 yuan. Do you take me for a fool? This thing will eventually fall. The phrase "you do not know Jack" is also a very familiar internet slang at the moment, and the reply was very direct. Xiaofeng naturally found it interesting and had to reply again. Young Master Xiao, but I think it can continue to rise. Maybe it can reach 1,000 yuan per coin recently. Baba, you do not know a damn thing. Baba, do you know what 1,000 yuan per coin means? Can you even pull 1,000 yuan out of your pocket? And you are just going by your feelings. Baba, this thing is just a virtual currency. If it can rise to 1,000 yuan per coin, unless the world has gone crazy. Baba, that is why I'm saying you do not know a single thing. Xiaofeng found the other party's replies genuinely interesting. At this moment, the other party spoke with such conviction. Xiaofeng already found it amusing and deliberately wanted to tease the other party, specifically to deal with this kind of online hindsight wisdom. Young Master Xiao. Really hearing you say that, my heart sank halfway. To be honest with you, I just bought 100 coins, which cost me 32,800 yuan. If it really drops, I will lose a fortune. 1,000 miles away. A young man with a messy chicken's nest hairstyle and a few strands of messy hair covering his face was looking at the replies on his phone. The young man, named Zhao Xiaokun, lay on a messy, broken bed, his t-shirt almost sour with sweat. On the floor, by the bed, there was also the toilet paper he had just used and thrown like crumpled wontons. When Zhao Xiaokun saw the reply, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his originally cloudy eyes. Holy crap! This jerk can actually come up with 32,800 yuan. Although somewhat surprised, Zhao Xiaokun paused for a few seconds before immediately replying. Baba, you are an idiot. Are not you? Is this over 30,000 yuan all your savings? Probably borrowed, right? If you use all that money to buy Bitcoin, you are completely finished. Baba. By then, Bitcoin will be worthless and your more than 30,000 yuan will be gone down the drain. Baba, let me tell you this. If Bitcoin really had room for appreciation next, I could afford to buy 10,000 coins myself. After all, 10,000 coins is only 3.28 million yuan. It is just a shame that it has no more room to rise. Baba, I am sure you can tell, I am also a successful person. I just finished negotiating a project worth several hundred million yuan. Successful people like me have a lot of long-term vision. Baba, I can only advise you one thing. If you can sell, sell quickly. Otherwise, you will just wait for regret, and by then, you will have nowhere to cry. This Zhao Xiaokun really just spouts nonsense. He immediately claimed to have just finished negotiating a project worth several hundred million. Definitely a successful person. Now, he even adopted the stance of a successful person to advise Xiao Feng to sell quickly. Young Master Xiao, although what you said makes sense, I have already bought it, so I will just hold on to it for now. Baba. All right, then you just wait to regret it. I have left you a follow. When Bitcoin plummets, I will send you a private message and we will see if you are still so stubborn then. Just like that, as the chat dialog box closed, Zhao Xiaokun also muttered to himself, what an idiot. He actually bought 100 coins and still expects it to rise to 1,000 yuan per coin. Sigh, daydreaming. Whatever, I'm going on a date with my goddess first. After muttering, Zhao Xiaokun quietly picked up the roll of paper next to him, still muttering the name of a certain female celebrity, and began to daydream. On March 11th, silver saw another surge, skyrocketing by 4% in a single day, reaching 7.4 yuan per gram at closing. With each silver surge, the price per gram became higher and higher. From the initial 4.5 yuan per gram, it now reached 7.4 yuan, all in just 5 months. Today's 4% single-day increase allowed Xiao Feng to earn another substantial sum. There was no other way Xiao Feng wanted to keep a low profile, but it was almost impossible, mainly because his principal now reached 889 million. Xiao Feng did not even need to actively trade, he just needed to apply 5x leverage daily and wait for profits. Anyway, it was rising almost every day. When there was an occasional pullback, Xiao Feng would also use 5x leverage to lose a little money, making it seem more reasonable and normal. But no matter how he operated, he could profit with his eyes closed. After all, silver genuinely rose from 4.5 yuan per gram to 7.4 yuan today. This was the joy of a major boom. To put it plainly, even an idiot who bought 45,000 in silver without any operations or leverage would now see that 45,000 in silver turn into 74,000. Moreover, if Xiao Feng performed even minor operations, coupled with 5x leverage, the returns were simply enormous. Taking today as an example, Xiao Feng went all in with his 889 million principal, plus 5x leverage. By the close of trading, with a 4% single-day increase, his net profit was equivalent to 177 million. To be precise, 177.8 million yuan. In this situation, as long as he encountered a big surge day, he could easily earn over 100 million daily. After Xiao Feng's 177 million earnings were credited today, his silver account assets reached a new numerical milestone. Silver account, 1.066 billion. Xiao Feng's initial 100 million principal has now grown to 1 billion. This means Xiao Feng could directly withdraw 1 billion in pure cash right now. This was 1 billion in cash. As soon as Xiao Feng wanted to sell, he would immediately have 1 billion in cash. Moreover, Xiao Feng still had over 300 million in his bank card. He could not spend it all, truly could not spend it all. The money was simply pouring in continuously. Of course, even though the silver account had reached 1 billion, it had not yet met Xiao Feng's expectations. Silver's peak was on April 25th, when it broke the 10 yuan mark, reaching 10.5 yuan per gram, before starting a continuous decline. Currently, silver was only 7.4 yuan per gram, with another 3 yuan of potential increase. This 3 yuan increase was not merely 3 yuan, as it appeared it required nearly a 42% increase to go from 7.4 yuan to 10.5 yuan. What did a 42% increase signify? This was the absolute basic increase. If Xiao Feng used all 1.066 billion in his account to buy silver, and then did not even check the account for the next month and a half, by April 25th, that 1.066 billion would automatically grow to 1.513 billion. This was the terrifying power of a 42% increase. This was in a scenario with zero operations, a simple buy and hold strategy, requiring no intervention. Just open the account and liquidate everything on April 25th. By then, he could withdraw from the market with 1.5 billion in funds. That is why it is said that Xiao Feng found it hard to keep a low profile. Now catching a super boom like silver made it difficult not to earn money. Moreover, how could Xiao Feng maintain zero operations from then on with a little bit of trading? He could boost the original 42% increase to over 100%. In that case, he would likely have around 2 billion in funds when he finally exited the market. Of course, Xiao Feng would definitely not wait until the very last day, April 25th, to exit. To be more reasonable, he would certainly leave a week or 10 days earlier. But no matter what, Xiao Feng was destined to make a fortune from this wave of silver. As time progressed to March 21st, silver saw another sharp increase of 2.4%, with the closing price reaching 7.61 yuan. Xiao Feng's silver account reached 1.245 billion. This was also because Xiao Feng consistently acted discreetly, even using 5x leverage to incur some losses on days when prices dropped. Occasional small losses made it seem more reasonable. Then coupled with the major boom in silver, no matter how much he earned, everything seemed reasonable. Of course, while silver's increase was reasonable, Bitcoin's was truly unreasonable. Bitcoin's price was genuinely changing daily, becoming more outrageous each day. As of today, 10 days had passed since Bitcoin's last price of 328 yuan. In these 10 days, Bitcoin successively broke the 400 mark from 328 yuan, and today it even reached 455 yuan. Silver would occasionally see pullbacks, but Bitcoin was soaring relentlessly, simply unstoppable. Doubts online were also growing. Something's wrong, very wrong. Should not this virtual currency have collapsed by now? Why is it still rising every day? If it keeps rising like this, it might even break 500 yuan per coin by the end of the month. Oh my God, it makes me want to buy some. Does anyone know where? I have a budget of 10,000 yuan, and I want to buy 20 coins. My brother upstairs, listen to me, do not buy it. This thing does not hold value. It might collapse instantly any day. That is true, but it has been over half a year since last year, and it has not collapsed yet. It is still surging. Do not rush. Have you heard of the disposition effect? You can also understand it as the villain effect, which means as soon as you buy it, it falls as soon as you sell it. It rises as if it is specifically targeting you. So do not buy it. If you buy, it will immediately fall and it will only rise after you sell because you are the villain. Is that how the disposition effect is explained? But I can't refute your villain effect. I also think the villain effect is a more fitting description, because that is how it is when I play stocks. As soon as I sell, it rises. As soon as I buy, it falls. Anyway, my few thousand yuan always seems to move billions in stock fluctuations, making me feel like a villain who is constantly targeted, and all the money is damn earned by that accursed protagonist. Fine, I will just keep observing. I hope Bitcoin crashes, because since I did not make this money, I naturally do not want others to make it either. Upstairs, you really are like a villain. You deserve to have the villain effect. Whenever Xiao Feng opened the trending comments section, he always saw some interesting remarks. But no matter how heated the discussions among these netizens, almost no one actually bought. In fact, at the current price, if they really wanted to buy, they could afford a few dozen coins. Even if they could not afford dozens, they could buy 5. But they just talked and did not buy. Every time, they would wait until the price went up again. And then these people would say, "I wish I had bought more earlier." For instance, right now, in everyone's eyes, 455 yuan per Bitcoin was already the limit, and entering the market now carried too much risk. It was precisely because of this that they kept observing every time, and every time they missed opportunities while observing. But there was no other way. The cost of trial and error for ordinary people was simply too high, and they could not afford to gamble. Even buying 5 coins now would require 2,275 yuan. But if that 2,275 yuan became worthless immediately after buying, there would be nowhere to cry. For ordinary people, it was impossible to save that much money in a month. So, most people simply could not afford to gamble. However, people still had no idea that even at 455 yuan now, it was still just the very beginning of Bitcoin's surge. Bitcoin was still skyrocketing. A new price every day. 460 yuan. 480 yuan. 50 yuan. In the following days, Bitcoin repeatedly broke new highs, with each coin currently reaching 500 yuan. This increase exceeded 2.5 times the highest price of the entire year in his previous life. Because in his previous life, the highest price in 2011 was only 206 yuan per coin. Sean Feng was also looking forward to seeing how high Bitcoin could rise this year. While looking forward, Sean Feng had more important things to attend to. For example, silver would experience a surge every few days. And with each surge, Sean Feng's silver account would increase by at least 100 million yuan. As of now, the total silver funds in the account had reached 1.34 billion yuan. There were also times when he lost money. For instance, today, March 24th, silver opened at 7.88 yuan per gram. Although it surged to 8 yuan per gram during the trading session, it fell to 7.84 yuan per gram by closing. Ultimately, the single day saw a decline of 0.56%. Even knowing it would fall, Sean Feng continued to go all in with all his funds, maintaining a 5x leverage. As a result, after this day's 0.56% drop, he ultimately lost 37.5 million yuan. Total silver assets decreased from 1.34 billion yuan to 1.303 billion yuan. This kind of fluctuation, with occasional smoke bombs, was exactly what was needed. In short, no matter how Sean Feng operated in between, the total silver funds would always increase in the end. During this period, Polaris Group also officially confirmed its relocation, locking in a new site. Since Su Mingche took office as president last time, she had been focusing on handling this matter. Previously, Polaris Group rented a smaller office space. But as Polaris Group grew larger, it had to change locations. The headquarters office space was also a facade for Polaris. Su Mingche also handed over the selected location and all the relevant documents to Sean Feng. Now, all that was left was for Sean Feng to sign. Such a major decision naturally required Sean Feng's personal signature. Mr. Xiao, as per your instructions, this is currently the most central CBD area in Jiangxin City. Our plan is to first lease 7 floors. The total area is 30,000 square meters, capable of accommodating up to 500 permanent employees, with an average standard of about 30-50 square meters per person, excluding the cafeteria, executive meeting rooms, lobby, etc. According to the current rental price for Class A office buildings, at 3 yuan per square meter per day, the total annual rent would be 32.85 million yuan. However, this price has been negotiated down. The annual rent is 30 million yuan. Mr. Xiao, this location is absolutely the best in Jiangxin City, situated right by Jiangxin Bay, and the current price is very reasonable. If you approve, our group will officially begin its phased relocation starting tomorrow. But rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will arrange for the relocation to be done in batches to avoid business paralysis. After listening to Su Mingche's report, Sean Feng hesitated for a few seconds, then signed the document. Sean Feng hesitated for a few seconds, not because the annual rent of 30 million yuan was too expensive, nor because he was dissatisfied with the headquarters location. Instead, a bigger plan had emerged in his mind. The building Polaris was relocating to had a total of 50 floors. Polaris was leasing 7 floors with an annual rent of 30 million yuan. Calculated this way, if the entire building were leased, it would cost at least 200 million yuan per year. The key was that this was still 2011, Jiangzhen City's development would only get better in the future, and prices would at least double or even become more expensive. After all, this location was Jiangzhen Bay, the true heart of prosperity. The current total price of this building, including the land, was definitely no less than 5 billion yuan. And in the future, it could reach at least 10 billion yuan. As a result, Sean Feng silently planted a seed in his heart, as if making a certain resolution for the future. And so, Polaris Group officially began its relocation. In just 7 short days, all relocation tasks were completed, including various procedures for business registration, industrial and commercial changes, and tax modifications. If all went well, this would be Polaris's permanent headquarters. Because no matter how big or strong Polaris became in the future, this location would be sufficient. After all, the entire building had 50 floors, and currently, only 7 floors were leased. Of course, even the current 7 floors were sufficient, with complete facilities and even a cafeteria. Starting today, Polaris would provide staff meals with a meal allowance of 100 yuan per person. In 2011, a daily food allowance of 100 yuan per person was equivalent to a day's wages in other places. This meal standard was entirely buffet style, allowing employees to enjoy various dishes, stews, seafood, desserts, and more. This was also considered one of Polaris's benefits. Likewise, it also meant that Polaris had gained another department, the catering department. Currently, Polaris had established a total of 33 departments, both large and small, with 15 of them dedicated to business sectors. The number of employees had also surpassed 300. Furthermore, most importantly, was Polaris's current valuation. The current valuation had exceeded 30 billion yuan. Of this, K's accounted for half. The reason was simple. K's current total valuation had reached 50 billion yuan. With a valuation of 50 billion yuan, Sean Feng personally held a 30% stake, which was worth approximately 17 billion yuan. Even without counting his K's shares, Sean Feng's other investments and industries would still be worth 13 billion yuan, including Flash Delivery, Mijou Group, Ningchuang Era, Mufeng Agriculture, Lingyun Hotel, Risheng Group, and commercial storefronts. Among these, Flash Delivery and Mijou Group accounted for the largest portions. Flash Delivery, in particular, with continuous financing and expanding market coverage nationwide, currently had a valuation exceeding 10 billion yuan. Sean Feng's original 90% stake, though diluted by financing, still stood at 73%. Sean Feng planned to retain only 55%. Sean Feng initially invested 200 million yuan in Flash Delivery, and financing only began after its valuation reached 5 billion yuan. In this scenario, if other capital came in for financing, shares would not be distributed based on 200 million yuan, but at least on 5 billion yuan. So even if the other party raised 3.5 billion yuan in one go, Sean Feng's 90% stake would still remain at 51% plus. After all, it was financed starting from 5 billion yuan, and it involved original shares. Of course, these capital injections have only burned through a little over 1 billion yuan so far, and Sean Feng has not spent a single penny in this process, still holding 73% of the shares. In any case, as long as he could ensure he retained 51% going forward, it would be fine. Undoubtedly, with such a structure, the entry of other capital could actually make Sean Feng's business empire even stronger. As time flew by, April 8th. April was silver's final surge period, its last frenzy. Sean Feng's silver investment would conclude prematurely this month. And on April 8th, silver once again reached a new high. Reaching a new high every few days had become customary. Today, silver closed at 8.61 yuan, with a single-day increase of up to 3.3%. Feng also seized these last few opportunities, going all in aggressively. There were only a few days left in total, making it truly the final frenzy. As a result, on April 8th, Feng still went all in with his current principal of 1.52 billion yuan, plus 5x leverage. A 3.3% increase at closing. The final profit reached 250 million yuan, earning 250 million yuan in a single day. He was not even bothering to save face anymore. Feng's total silver assets also rose from 1.52 billion yuan to 1.77 billion yuan. This prematurely met Feng's earliest psychological expectation of earning 1.5 billion to 2 billion yuan. These 1.7 billion yuan already fulfilled his expectations. However, since it was only April 8th and the peak would not be until April 25th, Feng was not planning to stop now. Because at this moment, people all over the world were frantically scrambling for silver. It was as if even a fool knew silver was going to rise. The next half a month would be silver's final frenzy, continuing until it peaked on April 25th. Although Feng would exit early, he would absolutely not exit today, April 8th, because almost every subsequent day would be extremely frenzied. Feng looked at his current 1.77 billion yuan in silver assets. He reset a small goal in his mind, and would have a little bit more frenzy. All in. April 14th. Undoubtedly, silver had already experienced countless surges, and Feng's current principal had reached 1.83 billion. There were only a few days left anyway. It was the final frenzy. On the 14th, silver closed at 8.86 yuan per gram, with a single-day increase of 3.8%. Feng's total silver capital of 1.83 billion, all in with 5x leverage, earned exactly 350 million. 350 million in one day. Silver's final frenzy was also Feng's frenzy. Of course, it was not just Feng who was going crazy in the current global market. It could be said that everyone was going crazy. Taking the domestic market as an example, even the silver jewelry in gold shops had completely sold out. Everyone was frantically snatching up silver. If Feng wanted to sell off his silver directly now, as long as he sold it in batches, it would hardly affect the silver market. After all, Feng planned to exit early, and there were still continuous major positive news breaking for silver during this period. However, today was only the 14th. There were still 11 days until the peak, and it would not immediately crash after reaching the peak. There would still be a few more days of frenzy afterward. It just would not be able to return to the level of the 25th anymore. And currently only 11 days remained until the 25th. After Feng's 350 million profit was credited today, his total capital had now reached 2.18 billion. Feng still wanted to go a little crazier. He had been reborn, who would not go a little crazy. In the next few days, the market continued to rise daily, and an occasional small pullback day was also normal. From beginning to end, Feng had never used 10x leverage, always sticking to 35x leverage. Because theoretically, if he encountered a 10% decline with 10x leverage, all his funds would be completely wiped out. It was not that Feng was afraid, but rather that there was no need. In the past few days, Feng still used 35x leverage daily, mostly 5x. His total capital of 2.18 billion slowly grew to 2.55 billion. This was already slow enough. Feng had always been quite conservative. If he truly wanted to go wild, as the previously calculated data showed, if Feng used 10x leverage every day, closed his position early on days with declines, and used 10x leverage on days with increases, then he could have earned 9 trillion in this major wave of silver. Of course, that was only theoretical. Time flew by, and it was now April 20th. Today was another day of silver's frenzy, but not the final day of frenzy. However, today would be Feng's last day of frenzy. Feng planned to officially begin selling off everything after today, ending this silver investment. Therefore, today was Feng's last day of madness in the silver market. Since it was the last day, he might as well go all out. For the previous 3 consecutive days, silver had shown large bullish candlesticks, and Xiaofeng's current capital was 2.55 billion. On April 20th today, silver opened at 9.25 yuan per gram, and the final closing price would reach 9.51 yuan. It was important to know that silver's ultimate peak would reach 10.5 yuan, still far from the peak. But Xiaofeng had made up his mind to stop after today. So, today, he went all in, using 10x leverage. It was his only time using 10x leverage throughout the entire process. It was the last day after all. Furthermore, the current silver market was so good that many people like Xiaofeng were using leverage. Xiaofeng was just one of them. This was silver that everyone globally was scrambling for. Following the opening at 9.25 yuan per gram in the morning and closing at 9.51 yuan, the final single-day increase was 2.86%. Xiaofeng's principal of 2.55 billion, combined with 10x leverage, amounted to a principal of 25.5 billion. And ultimately, with a 2.86% increase, Xiaofeng's single-day profit reached 720 million. This was Xiaofeng's largest single-day operation ever, and also his highest profit. If it were not for the global frenzy for silver, Xiaofeng would never have dared to do this. But now, with even ordinary silver jewelry selling out and the whole world scrambling for it, Xiaofeng going crazy just this once was not out of the question. And with the close of today's market, Xiaofeng's current silver account also reached 3.27 billion. This silver investment had completely ended. And next, there was an even more important matter, selling off the holdings. These current total silver assets of 3.27 billion certainly could not be sold off all at once. Even if the global daily trading volume exceeded 50 billion, selling it all at once would inevitably cause turmoil in the silver market, or simply put, a market crash. Fortunately, it was only April 20th, and furthermore, the market would continue to rise every day. Xiaofeng could sell off his holdings in batches. Selling 500 million to 1 billion each trading day would be completely fine. From the very first day, Xiaofeng began selling off his holdings gradually, starting with 1 billion. But this 1 billion was also in batches, broken down into 30 small orders, each roughly around 30 million. In the current surging silver market, a total sale of 1 billion, even if it caused a slight fluctuation, the market could completely absorb it, and everyone would just think it was a normal pullback. As a result, the situation was even better than expected, because as soon as Xiaofeng sold, it would immediately be snatched up, and the market rhythm consistently remained in an upward trend. Precisely because of this, even as Xiaofeng sold off his holdings, the total silver assets were still increasing. It was truly hard not to make money. The next day, he continued to sell off holdings, still using the strategy of selling in multiple small orders. This way, it neither affected the market nor attracted too much attention. Primarily in the current situation, who would notice Xiaofeng, everyone was scrambling to buy, eager for someone to sell. Moreover, Xiaofeng's operation was essentially an early exit, with successive sales. When April 25th arrived, the peak of Xiaofeng's silver assets at that time were only 500 million. Today, silver was truly insane. Xiaofeng directly split it into 30 small orders, each between 10 million and 20 million. He ultimately completed the entire liquidation by that morning. Exited early. This moment also meant that the profits from this silver investment were completely locked in. Finally, in this silver investment, Xiaofeng entered with a principal of 100 million and exited with 3.35 billion. Xiaofeng's total profit from this investment was 3.25 billion, exceeded his own expectations by twofold. Initially, Xiaofeng had expected to earn around 1.5 billion, but he truly had not expected the silver's surge to be so fierce, making it hard to keep a low profile midway, especially in this final wave. Even with aggressive selling, silver still brought him profit midway. Precisely because of this, it ultimately reached 3.35 billion. A perfect ending. Similarly, this moment also meant that Xiaofeng's current total cash would be 3.35 billion, plus nearly 400 million in his card. Xiaofeng's total available cash amounted to 3.7 billion. Of course, the money would not all be kept in the card, it would definitely be taken out in batches for investment to continue building his business empire. Xiao Feng successfully exited the silver market, and in the following days, the silver market continued to fluctuate significantly. Especially on April 27th, the single-day increase exceeded 5.2%, marking the highest increase in a single day, the final frenzy of silver. But all of this was irrelevant to Xiao Feng, who had already made a perfect early exit. Next, Xiao Feng also focused on new investments. First was Ningchuang Era, for which Xiao Feng had completed his final investment. It was agreed initially to invest a total of 200 million, disbursed in batches, and now it was all completed. Also, as previously agreed, including the contract, Xiao Feng ultimately held a 36% stake in Ningchuang Era. Furthermore, Xiao Feng gave Yang Ning, the founder of Ningchuang Era, a reassurance. He stated that if there were any subsequent funding issues, Xiao Feng would still be willing to continue investing. And even if there were no further investments, with Xiao Feng's current 36% stake, even if it were diluted later, by the time Ningchuang went public, he would still hold at least over 10% of the shares, likely between 13–18%. This shareholding percentage was already sufficient. After all, Ningchuang would eventually have a market capitalization of 3 trillion, and countless capital would enter the market along the way. And Xiao Feng would only need to hold 13–18% of the shares to be worth over 400 billion in the future, with almost no worries. Similarly, at Michaud Group, Xiao Feng once again provided capital investment, another 300 million. After all, Xiao Feng was considered the boss of Michaud Group, and even though Michaud Group's phones had already entered the market, it was temporarily unable to achieve profitability. It still required significant capital investment, but there was one point, although it had not yet made a profit, Michaud Group's valuation was soaring. Its current total valuation had exceeded 10 billion. Xiao Feng had invested a total of 500 million, holding a 51% stake, and now Michaud's valuation was 10 billion. Xiao Feng's 500 million had effectively earned him 5 billion, a tenfold increase. And after this 300 million investment, Michaud Group's valuation would continue to rise. So while seemingly investing a total of 500 million, it would later yield tens or hundreds of times the return. Meanwhile, Polaris's current valuation was also soaring as its subsidiaries were growing stronger and stronger. The higher the valuation of the subsidiaries, the higher Polaris's overall valuation would surely be. Moreover, many companies, big and small, were now looking to connect with Polaris, hoping to establish partnerships with it. This was mainly because Polaris's scale was evident, making partners feel confident. And even if they could not partner with Polaris directly, they would partner with Polaris's subsidiaries. These subsidiaries, backed by Polaris, with such a strong patron, would also attract countless partners. In short, now it was impossible not to make money. Companies of all sizes approached them daily seeking cooperation. And currently, Polaris's total valuation had reached 35 billion. Furthermore, Xiao Feng held over 3 billion in cash, always ready to invest once a good project was found. Hello, General Xiao. Just then, Xiao Feng's phone rang. It was General Lei calling. Although General Lei was currently the chairman of Michaud Group, he would always communicate and discuss important matters with Xiao Feng. General Xiao, it is like this. Our Michaud phones have recently taken off. And since they use the Android system, many app distribution companies have actively approached us recently seeking cooperation. Their main business involves managing mobile app stores, software packaging, advertising alliances, flashing pre-installed apps, and so on. General Xiao, you might not be very familiar with this area. To put it bluntly, these businesses are essentially software porters and system porters. And for them to obtain legitimate authorization, they must reach an agreement with our Michaud. My current personal idea is to select 10–15 such high-quality companies to connect with and authorize them. The reason for choosing multiple companies to connect with is that this is a period of wild growth. The system lacks software and applications. If we only partner with one company, and that company were to halt operations midway, it would delay our progress. So I think 10–15 companies is just right. Once I finalize the list, I will give it to you, and you can review it then. What do you think? General Lei's call today was undoubtedly to explain his business idea for this connection to Xiao Feng. This business had to be connected because it was a necessity. Similarly, the goal was to connect with 10-15 such companies simultaneously. So General Lei was essentially reporting it, and Xiao Feng would 100% agree to such a matter. This was also a routine part of their calls. However, after General Lei finished explaining his idea this time, Xiao Feng could not help but fall silent for a few seconds. It was not because General Lei's idea was not good enough, but because one sentence struck a chord with Xiao Feng. It was a bit insulting. The reason? One of General Lei's sentences was, "General Xiao, you might not be very familiar with this area. To put it bluntly, these businesses are essentially software and system porters." It was this sentence. It made Xiao Feng pause. Of course, General Lei did not say it on purpose, because General Lei did not know that Xiao Feng was not just familiar with this business, but incredibly familiar, to the point where he could operate it with his eyes closed. Because this business was precisely Xiao Feng's job in his previous life. In his previous life, Xiao Feng joined KS Company in June 2010 and became a permanent employee in July. But later, K's experienced a funding crisis, and coupled with Li Jinian's serious illness at the time, Xiao Feng naturally resigned from his job. After Li Jinian passed away, Xiao Feng was depressed for half a year, then found a new job and joined a new company in July 2011. And at this new company, with this new job, Xiao Feng worked for 15 years. Until he was finally diagnosed with cancer, fired by the company boss, and did not even receive severance pay. And the business Xiao Feng did for 15 years at this company. The job he did when he first joined was this very business. It is just that Xiao Feng had a higher education and worked at a slightly more advanced level in a core technical position. But ultimately, he was still a programmer. But it was precisely because he was in a technical role that it was hard, tiring, and damaging to his health, ultimately wearing his body out. So when General Lei just said that Xiao Feng might not understand this business, Xiao Feng truly felt offended. He had risked his life doing this business in his previous life. How could he say, "I did not understand what this business was about"? Of course, Xiao Feng was not angry, as General Lei did not know, after all. However, after Xiao Feng could not help but recall bits and pieces of his past life, his heart was in turmoil. Likewise, Xiao Feng also clearly remembered the name of that company and its boss forever. After Xiao Feng was silent for a few seconds, his tone remained natural. "Okay, General Lei, your idea is good. Go ahead as you said. This business will connect with a total of 10-15 companies." However, reaching this point, Xiao Feng paused. "Among the many companies seeking cooperation, if there is one called Liangxin Technology, let me know." As soon as Xiao Feng finished speaking, General Lei only hesitated for half a second, thinking for a moment. Liangxin Technology. There is one on the list of companies that came seeking cooperation this time. Read female-oriented novels daily and receive cash-read packets. Upon hearing CEO Lei's reply, Xiao Feng slightly furrowed his brow, but was not too surprised. Given Porridge Group's current scale and business, there were already many small tech companies seeking collaboration. Once a partnership with Porridge Group was established, these small companies would no longer have to worry about food or clothing. So under normal circumstances, these companies would definitely take the initiative to approach them. What Xiao Feng did not expect was that Liangxin Technology Company had approached them so quickly and was already on the list. "What is the name of Liangxin Technology's boss?" Xiao Feng asked again for confirmation. On the other end of the phone, CEO Lei sat at his desk and glanced at the name on the list, Lu Deshun. That was it. Now it could be 100% confirmed. This was Xiao Feng's boss in his previous life. In his previous life, Xiao Feng worked diligently for this company for a full 15 years. Finally, after he was diagnosed with cancer, his boss, in order to avoid paying economic compensation, decisively found an excuse to fire Xiao Feng. Although Xiao Feng's condition was not classified as a work-related injury at the time, according to the relevant regulations back then, the company was required to provide a medical leave of 3 to 24 months based on his years of service and company tenure. During the medical leave, sick leave wages also had to be paid according to regulations. Furthermore, if the boss wanted to directly terminate the labor contract, economic compensation, as well as an additional N+1 severance, had to be provided. But none of these were given at the time. Not only was there nothing, when Xiao Feng inquired about compensation, his boss Liu Deshun deliberately bit back. Xiao Feng would always remember the last sentence in their chat. "I will give you a card number in a bit. Transfer 100,000 yuan to it," making Xiao Feng pay his boss 100,000. The reason given was that Xiao Feng, having taken sick leave in the morning, delayed an important contract, causing the company to lose money. But in reality, this was simply boss Liu Deshun deliberately finding an excuse. When Xiao Feng read that message back then, he wished he could tear his boss apart. If Xiao Feng had not been reborn, he might have even done something extreme in the end. For example, taking his boss along for the rebirth. Of course, those were matters of his previous life. At this moment, their identities seemed to have swapped. Xiao Feng was not only the boss of Polaris, but also the boss of Porridge Group. Now that Liangxin Technology had actively come knocking for cooperation. Well, do not blame Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng never considered himself a good person, and he was definitely someone who sought revenge. And it had to be double. For a moment, Xiao Feng quickly pondered in his mind. Combining his previous understanding of the company's internal workings and its boss, he generally formed an idea. A few seconds later, give Liangxin Technology Company legitimate authorization. And on this particular business, let this company solely occupy a 30% share. In other words, this business was originally meant to be distributed among 10-15 tech companies. But now, 30% of it will be fully authorized to Liangxin Technology Company to handle. However, at this point, Xiao Feng deliberately paused. "I have two conditions in total. If the other party can agree, then we will proceed. First, the company must henceforth only conduct business for Porridge Group, cutting off all their previous smaller channels. The reason is, this ensures they can wholeheartedly serve Porridge Group. Second, the contract must include some overlord clauses. After all, they are begging us for cooperation, and we are giving them such a large share, so we must hold their lifeline. And add a clause to the overlord terms. We can unconditionally terminate the cooperative relationship at any time. These are my two conditions. If the other party agrees, the contract can be signed immediately. Of course, make sure they think it through carefully, especially this second condition." As Xiao Feng's voice fell, CEO Lei on the other end of the phone was a bit slow to react for a moment. But CEO Lei was still very smart, even if he could not figure it out. He knew that Xiao Feng must have his reasons for doing this. "Okay, Mr. Xiao, no problem. I will inform you of the subsequent progress as soon as possible. Oh, and by the way," Xiao Feng reminded again regarding the contract, "do not use my name." Understood. After hanging up the phone, CEO Lei immediately notified the department responsible for liaising to connect with Liangxin Technology Company. Liangxin Technology Company, in the end, was merely a company with a valuation of around 20 million. The business such a company could handle was at most a few million in volume. Breaking through 10 million in business would be difficult for them to manage. Therefore, for such business liaisons, a chairman of CEO Lei's caliber would not personally handle it. That would be beneath him. Reaching CEO Lei's desk usually only happened after a list of a dozen or so small companies for a particular business had been finalized. And the reason CEO Lei called Xiao Feng was essentially just a simple report. In short, for business of this caliber, Xiao Feng would not usually even consider it, he would just glance over it at most. But at this moment, Xiao Feng was putting all his current thoughts into this particular business. The reason Xiao Feng wanted to first establish a partnership with the other party was to set up a trap step by step. Anyway, Polaris was currently mainly managed by President Su Mingche, and all subsidiaries were managed by their respective chairpersons. Xiao Feng just happened to have some free time during this period. Then he would have a good game with them. In his previous life, Xiao Feng joined Liangxin Technology Company in the summer of 2011. In this life, it was also 2011 again, and although it was only May, summer was just around the corner. Unexpectedly, in 2011, the story between Xiao Feng and Liangxin Technology Company was beginning anew. Before long, CEO Li's call came through again. "Mr. Xiao, Liangshin Technology Company agreed to both conditions almost without any hesitation. Indeed, it was exactly as Xiao Feng had anticipated. Of the 2 points Xiao Feng proposed, they seemed somewhat aggressive, especially the second one. But Xiao Feng knew very well that the other party would agree immediately. Xiao Feng knew Liangshin Technology Company far too well. The reason was simple. Liangshin Technology Company had only recently been established. Although they had already connected with some small channel businesses, the profits these small channels brought were negligible, only enough to maintain the company's normal operations and expenses. Most crucially, some of the business Liangshin Technology Company conducted was part of the gray market. Initially, they made some money from gray market activities, and then slowly began to move towards legitimate business. But in fact, even now, among the businesses this company operated, there were still a small number of gray market activities. Although they were small-scale, they existed. However, if they could get involved with Porridge Group and partner with them, the company's profits could at least triple. Moreover, the tempting condition Xiao Feng offered was a 30% share, which meant earning more than anticipated. It was precisely for this reason that even with these 2 overlord clauses, the other party agreed without hesitation. Furthermore, Xiao Feng's 2 clauses were not actually uncommon in the current market, because this company's valuation was only around 20 million, whereas the current Porridge Group had a valuation in the tens of billions. 2 entities of inherently unequal size seeking to establish cooperation would naturally have unequal terms in their agreement. This was indeed considered common, so much so that the other party also found it reasonable and naturally agreed immediately. One could even say they agreed with overwhelming joy. Perhaps Liangshin Technology's boss was now grinning from ear to ear in his office. This was taking on a 30% share. He was probably already fantasizing about the company reaching the pinnacle of success. Similarly, after Xiao Feng received the confirmed reply, "All right, then let us sign the contract. I will go find a job too." Liangshin Technology Company. Inside the office, boss Liu Dishun and his brother-in-law manager were practically grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. I never thought Liu Dishun would have a day like this. I just wanted to give it a try, and it turns out I really landed this project. The key is, this Mizzou group seems to value my company a lot. They have given me an additional 30% share of this business. With this 30% business share, my Liangshin Technology Company will no longer have to take risks in the future, and the company's profits can at least multiply several times. Congratulations, brother-in-law. Manager Wang Yang, who was standing nearby, echoed obsequiously. Brother-in-law, you are truly capable. You even managed to secure business from the Mizzou Group. Liu Deshun was the boss, and Wang Yang was the manager. And Wang Yang was Liu Deshun's brother-in-law, temporarily serving as the company's second-in-command. That is how this company was all management positions. Even those like deputy supervisor were filled by relatives. Brother-in-law, Wang Yang continued, what should we do about those small channel businesses we handled before? After all, the contract clearly states that from now on, we can only serve the Mizzou Group's business. Liu Deshun replied without hesitation, nonsense, why even think about it? Of course we are dropping those channels we used to connect with. These small, unofficial channels barely make any money, and some of them are even illegal. I have wanted to quit them for a long time. Won't they sue us? Wang Yang asked, somewhat worried. Sue us for what? Where would they sue? These small channels are not exactly legitimate themselves. They are all a bit shady. Where would they even file a complaint? Our most important task now is to properly connect with the Mizzou Group's business. Doing this well is more important than anything else. Also, Liu Deshun suddenly lowered his voice here. The Mizzou Group is so big, we can still skim some extra profits while handling this business. Are not you afraid of being discovered? Discovered, Liu Deshun scoffed with a laugh. A billion-dollar group like that won't focus all its attention on us. For example, with advertising SDK integration, we can secretly embed ad plugins into the packaged app. Then, we can add some less than legitimate advertisements. We can get more advertising fees from such ads. Anyway, we are just connecting the business. There are no explicit requirements for these kinds of ads, nor are they written in the contract. Naturally, we will choose to embed those with higher advertising fees. Advertising insertion alone is something we excel at, so of course we need to earn more from it. Anyway, the Mijo Group is valued at tens of billions. Why would they pay attention to our petty gains? As long as we are a little careful along the way, there won't be any problems. You really are something, brother-in-law. Wang Yang on the side was also excited. So, brother-in-law, if we calculate it that way, won't our company be able to make 3 to 5 million in profit annually? That is equivalent to 10,000 yuan a day. Hearing this, Lu Daishun's lips curled up unconsciously, and he was secretly delighted. Of course, especially with ad placements. If done well, this single item alone can bring in over 3 million in revenue annually. Oh, right? Now that we have connected with such a big business, the company needs to start recruiting externally. We need to expand by at least 10 more people. You will be in charge of recruiting these next few days. Are 10 people enough? Wang Yang worried again. The technical department alone needs at least 5 more people, and other departments need to expand too. We should recruit at least 15 people, right? Otherwise, I am afraid it will delay progress later. Wang Yang's worries were not unfounded. Currently, Liangshan Technology Company had only 20 employees in total. And this time, taking on Ms. Zhou Group's business, even with only a 30% share, would still require the workload of at least 40 people. If they only hired 10 people, a total of 30 would find it very difficult to keep up unless they treated their employees like beasts of burden. Just treat them like beasts of burden, Lu Daishun blurted out. University students are cheap now, especially with graduation approaching. Many university students are already out doing internships and working early. Recruit as many fresh graduates as possible. The reason we recruit fresh graduates is because they have just graduated. They are the youngest, most motivated, and most hopeful at this time. We will start by dangling a carrot. First, a 3-month internship period with a salary of only 2,000 yuan. After becoming a full-time employee, the salary will be 6,000 yuan. This counts as a high salary, so we will use this as an enticement. But in reality, when the 3-month internship period is almost over, we will just find a reason to dismiss them. And if we really encounter someone capable whose value far exceeds 6,000 yuan, then we will naturally let them become a full-time employee. Either way, we still profit. So yes, we can recruit 15 people. We only need 5 with work experience, and the remaining 10 should be fresh university graduates as much as possible. They are full of passion right now, not yet baptized by society. When they work at this stage, they have more strength than oxen and horses and do not even need to be fed. After Lu Daishun finished speaking, Wang Yang nodded repeatedly. And so, because Liangshan Technology Company had secured business from the Mijo Group, it immediately began external recruitment. The main recruits were responsible for software-related tasks, such as unpacking, packaging, cracking signatures, and handling viruses, essentially programmers. Xiao Feng used to do exactly these things. Back then, it was also due to the boss's empty promises during a 3-month internship that Xiao Feng worked diligently and wholeheartedly. Since Xiao Feng had graduated from a 211 university, his work ability was completely fine, so he successfully became a full-time employee in the end. After all, compared to what Xiao Feng contributed and what he received in return, he was absolutely worth the money. But he never expected that the company's ultimate upward management positions were all filled by relatives. They snatched Xiao Feng's supervisor position twice in a row. By the time Xiao Feng wanted to switch jobs, it was too late. After all, over a decade of his youth had been spent at this company. But now, it is not too late. As Liangshan Technology Company began external recruitment, the salary and benefits offered were quite good. After all, once a full-time employee, one could earn 6,000 yuan per month, which was considered a decent salary at the time. Therefore, quite a few people came to apply. However, what everyone did not know was that the vast majority of applicants would not successfully become full-time employees. And if they did not become full-time employees, they would only get 2,000 yuan per month. Even though it was 2011, 2,000 yuan was already considered low, especially since they were hiring undergraduates, whose national average salary had already reached 3,500 yuan. Moreover, due to the relatively limited information at the time, most graduates were completely unaware of labor laws regarding internships. Whatever the boss said during the interview was taken as fact. Furthermore, When Liangshin Technology Company recruited externally, the core of their carrot dangling was the 6,000 yuan salary after becoming a full-time employee. But before that, they referred to the monthly 2,000 yuan as a training and observation period, not a so-called probationary period. In this way, even if someone understood labor law and wanted to challenge it later, it would be hard to articulate their case. This was also a consistent tactic of Liangshin Technology Company. Yet even so, it was still easy to recruit people. After all, a 6,000 yuan salary after becoming a full-time employee was indeed tempting. Throughout the entire morning, 11 people had already been hired, 7 of whom were university students. The goal was to recruit a total of 15 people. Wang Yang was in charge of recruitment. Wang Yang sat under the air conditioning, adopting a superior demeanor as he interviewed applicants. Just then, a young man, approximately 23 years old, handed over his resume. "Hello, here's my resume." Wang Yang did not even glance at it, he just casually asked, "Which university did you graduate from? What is your name?" "I graduated from a 211 university. My name is Xiao Feng."